Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Namaste, sir.
Okay. थोड़ा amplifier लगाओ ने. Yeah. Good morning, Maithili madam. I welcome you.
Namaste.
Yes, Maithili madam, welcome to this seminar.
Dhanyavad, sir. Dhanyavad.
Murthy sir, are you able to hear me?
I think he's speaking to somebody on the phone.
Sound कम करो थोड़ा. Sound. Hey, sound कम करो थोड़ा. वो कौन कहाँ से आ रहे वो बोला? हाँ. Murthy, Malappuram ji is coming. Malappuram. We'll wait for Malappuram.
Yeah, he is coming at level 15. Who? Murthy is here.
But he's Sharath, we will start now. I mean, दिखाओ थोड़ा screen दिखाओ. Murthy sir, can you able to hear? Hello. Professor Murthy. रेडियो पकड़ रहे कहीं. I will call him.
Vandami. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. So, Vandami, good morning, namaskar. It gives me a very great pleasure indeed today to stand before you and to start this national seminar on the Dhammapada. To mark the centenary birth celebration of Venerable Acharya Buddha Rakita, fondly called as Bada Bante, and the birthday, it is the wish of Bada Bante to celebrate his birthday as Dhammapada Day. And therefore, every year, the Mahabodhi Research Center at Mahabodhi Society, okay, customary practice, we are conducting this national seminar for the benefit of the monks all over the world, as well as lay upasakas and upasikas. And the topic is today's seminar, Dhammapada, the Buddha's path to global peace, harmony and compassion. So here we have with us the eminent speakers, as well as before that, the president of today's inaugural program of the seminar is none other than our Venerable Kasappa Banteji, the president of Mahabodhi Society. And along with other monks here, we have the speakers like Bhikkhu Dhammapiya from New Delhi, and Murthy sir. All the speakers are here. We have inaugural session, then keynote address, followed by technical sessions. And therefore, this seminar is very meaningful, and it is relevant in today's 21st century context, where everywhere, okay, there is unrest, anxiety and fear, and Dhammapada teachings will provide the panacea for all human mental and physical illness, and to come out of the suffering, etc. So inspired by the Dhammapada verses, Bada Banteji, okay, by getting inspiration from this, one can go a long way in attaining Nibbana. That is the ultimate goal of every individual. So now the inauguration and Buddha Puja. After that, we have this keynote address as well as the inaugural address, etc. Now for the world peace, okay, today the Buddha Puja and chanting will happen now. Thereafter, we will continue with our today's seminar program. Now this inauguration and Buddha Puja is presided over and led by our Venerable Kasappa Banteji, the president of Mahabodhi Society. Patipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Sangam Nama Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Itipiso Bhagava Arham Samma Sambuddho Ija Charana Sampanno Sugato Lokavidu Aduttaro Purisatamma Sarati Satta Deva Manusana Buddho Bhagavati Namo Tassa Sambuddhassa Bhagavato Dhammo Sannitiko Bhakaliko Yehi Pasiko Vapanayiko Pachatam Veditabo Vinyo Iti Namo Tassa Manikassa Dhammassa Panno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Patipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Patipanno Bhagavato Savaka Sangho
Sabaduka vinasaya, sababayang vinasaya, sabaroga vinasaya, bhavidikaya kadayakam, sapalokang hitataya, paritang tang banamahe, samanta chakavalesu, ataraga chantu devata, sadamang munirajasa, sunanda sakamokadang, dhamma savanakalo, ayang badanta, dhamma savanakalo, ayang badanta, parita savanakalo, ayang badanta, namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Karaniya mataku salena yanta santang padang abhisamecha sako ujucha sujocha suvajocha samudu anatimani santo sakocha subarocha apakichocha salaukaoti santendirocha nipakocha apagapo kuleso ananugedo nacha kudang samachari kenchi yena venyo pare upavadeyo sukino va kemeno honto sape sata bhavanto sukitata na paro paramiko beta nati mani takata chenang kanchi bero sana padikasanya nyanya manya sadoka mechaya mata yatani yang putang ayusa eka puta manurake evang pisa pabutesu manasang bhavave aparimanang metanca sapalokasmi manasang bhavave aparimanang Udang adosa tiriyanca asabadang averang asabadang Teta charane senoa sayanoa ya vata savegadamedo eta sading adetaya bayamametang viharang idamaru ditinjano pagamma selvawa dasanena sampanno Kame sabinaya gedang nahi jatuh kapaseyang punaretete duka patacani duka baya patacani baya soka patacani soka honto sape panino etena sajavajena sotite hoto sapada etena sajavajena Sabadukang vinasato etena sajavajena sababayang vinasato etena sajavajena sabarogang vinasato etena sajavajena patute ratanatayang sapetiyo vivajanto sabarogo vinasato mate bhavatantarayo sukitigayo ko bhava bhavatu sapamangalang rakanto sapadevata sababhutanubhavena sada soti bhavantute bhavatu sapamangalang rakanto sapadevata sabadhammanubhavena sada soti bhavantute bhavatu sapamangalang rakanto sapadevata sabasanganubhavena sada soti bhavantute nagataya kabhutanang papaga nivarana paritasanubhavena Andeteyang upadave deo vasatu kalena sasa sampati hitucha Pita bhavatu lokocha Raja bhavatu dhammiko Yamdo nimitang avamangalancha Yocha manapo sakuna sasato Papa gaodo supinang akantang Buddhanubhave navina savento Dhammanubhave navina savento Sanghanubhave navina savento Akatata cha bhumata devanaga maitika Punyatang animodedva Chirara kandu buddha sasanam Akasata cha bhumata devanaga maitika Punyatang animodedva Chirara kandu desanam Akasata cha bhumata devanaga maitika Punyatang animodedva Chirang rakantu mang param Etavata chammehi Sambadang punya sambadang Sape deva animodanto Sape bhuta animodanto Sape satta animodanto Sapa sampasitiya Nibbana sampasitiya Idanyo nyatinang hoto Sukita honto nyatayo Idanyo nyatinang hoto Sukita honto nyatayo Idanyo nyatinang hoto Sukita honto nyatayo Sape Buddha balapata Pacekanang jayang balang Arahantanang tajejenang Rakang bandami sabaso Sape Dhamma balapata Ariya sacanang jayang balang Dhamma caka satejena Rakang bandami sabaso Sape Sangha balapata Imodana jayang balang Satana satejena Rakang bandami sabaso Kayena vaca citena pamadena maya katang Acaya kamame bante Buri panya tatagatam Kayena vaca citena pamadena maya katang Acaya kamame dhammo Sanditiko akaliko Kayena vaca citena pamadena maya katang Acaya kamame sanggo punya ketang anutarang Imena punya kamena mame bala samagamo Satang samagamo hoto Yawani panapatiya Idame punya kama Asawa kayang wahang hoto Sapaduka pamocato Nibbana sampajayoto
Give the
of this Dhammapada is the collection of sayings of Buddha. And one of
Sir, nothing is audible, no? Murthy sir, are you able to hear?
36
something?
chapters.
No.
The arrangement is according to the thematic manner, such as Yamaka Vagga, Appamada Vagga, Chitta Vagga, Pandita Vagga, like that to 26 Vagga divisions are there. Each division, Buddha has uttered sayings under a unique situation. The direct disciples of Lord Buddha, they have gathered, preserved, protected, and it is even today, it is available for the benefit of all mankind. For the ordinary reader of Dhammapada, it is like a great philosophy of the world. For the person who undertakes Dhammapada practice, and he will really achieve the goal of ultimate goal of Nibbana, the truth seeker, Nibbana. Therefore, the Dhammapada is a compound word. We have Dhamma and Pada. Dhamma means the Buddha's teaching, Buddha Vachana, and also all phenomena and Buddha's doctrine. Pada means foot. By extension, it is the path or the verses. Dhammapada, the path to wisdom, path of wisdom. And it is a great seminar today on 17th March 2022, Thursday. And initially in the inaugural session, on behalf of all the Bhikkhu, Sangha, and lay Upaksakas, and all the resource persons, etc., I welcome most Venerable Bhikkhu Kasappa Mahatera, the President and Abbot of Mahabodhi Society, Bengaluru. And at the same time, I welcome Venerable Ananda Banteji, the General Secretary of Mahabodhi Society, and the senior monks who are here, Venerable Sugatananda Banteji, who is here, and the Director of Mahabodhi Research Center, Buddha Datta. We have with us Buddha Pala Bante, and I wholeheartedly welcome all these Bhikkhu Sangha who are here to grace the occasion. And along with us, we have the today's chief guest speaker, Venerable Dhammapiya, Metta Pala Banteji, Ayu Pala Banteji, Siddhabat. Mittananda Mahatera, Venerable, from Nagpur, and Venerable Ayupala Banteji from Myanmar, Venerable Panchupala Bante from KGF, Sugatananda Banteji from Hyderabad, and Lamaji Bante from Tibet, Mysore, and Siddhartha Banteji from Hyderabad, and all the monks who are here. And we have with us the special keynote address speaker, Professor U.S. Murthy from Tumkur University, the retired professor, and also the chief guest of honor, Mallepuram Venkatesh, and today's resource person, Dr. Maithili Rao, coordinator, PhD section, Jain deemed to be university. And this today's national seminar is in association with Karnataka Sanskrit University and the Jain University, deemed to University, Bengaluru. And we have the technical sessions in the afternoon, and all those monks, the lay upasakas, the participants who are present here, and we wholeheartedly, the Mahabodhi Research Center wholeheartedly welcome all Bhikkhu Sangha, lay upasakas, the special invitees, and all the monks from the different parts of India and the world. And it is a blended seminar, both webinar and seminar. That is why we have developed a term called Blendinar, where the offline and online program will happen simultaneously. And now I request Puja Venerable Kasapa Banteji to give his inaugural address to the audience.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Homage to Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. Homage to our Guruji Acharya Buddha Rakita. Today, Chief Guest, Venerable Dr. Dhammapada, Chief Guest of the program. Guest of Honor, Professor Malappuram G. Venkatesh, former VC KCU Bangalore. Professor Dr. U.S. Moruti, former HOD Department of History and Archaeology, Tumku University, keynote of the address. Research person, Professor Dr. Mithili P. Rao, PhD coordinator, Jain University, Bangalore. Venerable monks and the dais, and all the upasikas and upasikas, those who are watching this program online. It is my pleasure and honor to say a few words on the occasion of Dhammapada festival. Dhammapada festival we celebrate every year on the occasion of our Guruji Acharya Buddha Rakita birthday. This year, Dhammapada festival very special because we are celebrating 100th birthday centenary of our Acharya Buddha Rakita. The Mahabodhi Society was founded by our Acharya Buddha Rakita Mahatheras 1956. He is the Bantiji which bring back the Buddha Sasana to the land of its original. Therefore, we are very grateful, very fortunate to associate such a great teacher. So today we are celebrating such a great teacher birthday. So today program theme is agenda is a seminar on Dhammapada, the Buddha path to global peace, harmony, and compassion. So I recite that this Dhammapada verses number 5, where mention it, you can also read. Nahi verani samanti da kudachanang averena cha samanti esa dhammo sanantano. So hatred is not appeased by the hatred in this world. Hatred is appeased by the kindness, loving kindness. This is the eternal of love, eternal. So there are 4 qualities, divine states, Brahma Vihara in Buddhism. It is said also immeasurable of Buddhism. The one is metta, loving kindness. In Pali, described the meaning of the metta is strong wish for the welfare of other happiness. This is the meaning of the metta. in short and without expecting in return. There are so many kind of love, but this is the universal love. It has no boundary. So there are four measurable qualities. This is the first, the metta bhavana, loving kindness. This is the just opposite of hatred, anger. And second is compassion. True compassion is that will to remove the suffering of others. That this is the opposite of ill will, hatred. And third one is mudita, joy of other success, restrictive joy of other success. It's just opposite of the jealousy. And upekha, the balance of the mind, is free from ill will, free from jealousy, free from all the negative thoughts, and the balanced mind is the fourth quality of the Brahma Vihara. So in metta bhavana, metta nusati, if we develop, cultivate this metta bhavana, we can expect 11 kind of benefits. That I'm not going to elaborate. There are so many speakers. So I wish this program, this Dhammapada will be useful and meaningful. And I do hope from this seminar may benefit so many people. This program is arranged by our director, Buddha Datta, the director of this Pali, our university research center. So no, he's the person he created, he planted in his mind to start this program. That therefore all the credit goes to the Buddha Datta Bantiji. I am just joining this program, the limited benefit result. All that is progress, the merits go to the Buddha Datta and his colleague, those who have arranged the program. So with this, I conclude. Wish you all the best and all of benefit from this seminar. Thank you.
And Umbrella. Are very important. These are the antidote for anger, hatred, jealousy, etc. And without expecting anything in return, we have to provide the Metta Bhavana for the welfare of the world and the society. As we this address, as well as good to start from this national seminar. Also said,
Mike sir idli kheli Ramchandra sir he should go.
The human birth. Difficult is the life of the matter. Difficult is to the supply karma or to comply with the awareness of the aware ones. And in this direction, and grant not the blessings of the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, and all the venerable monks. It is a good start. Now it is over to Venerable Buddha Datta Bantiji, the director of Mahabodhi Research Center. Along with all the monks here in Mahabodhi Society, The Mahabodhi Research Center.
इसको on कर लो।
The diploma in Buddhist studies certificate course in Buddhist studies. And also we have completed 5 PhD programs. 2 are already been completed. 3 are on progress. Now about the seminar, I request the director to render welcome hands. Please want to.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Homage to the triple gem. Homage at the holy feet of our most respected, our venerable teacher, Dr. Acharya Buddharakkhita Mahathera Vadabhantiji on his birth centenary year. Salutation at the feet of most venerable Kasapa Bhante, our guide, our shining light. Bhante, we welcome you to this seminar. Most venerable Metananda Mahathera from Varadha, from Nagpur. Most venerable Ayupala Bhante from Myanmar, currently residing in Hyderabad and pursuing his PhD. Venerable Lamaji Panjong from Velagupe Monastery. Venerable Sugatananda Bhante from Hyderabad, Mahabodhi Hyderabad. Venerable Buddhapala Bhante from KGF. And Panyaloka Bhante, our head of monasteries and the in charge of BVT publications. And Venerable Siddhartha Bhante, Bimala Bodhi, and all the members of Mahabodhi Bhikkhu Sangh. Dear Venerable Pabaja monks and Upasakas and Upasikas, I warmly welcome all of you for this national seminar on the Dhammapada. Dhammapada is not just a seminar. Dhammapada is indeed a great festival which is coined, which is celebrated commemorating the Vadabhante's birthday. As we are entering into the 100th year of Vadabhante, we all are assembled here to pay our gratitude, our salutations in the most meaningful way. Vadabhante has kindled the light of Dhamma in the hearts of million people throughout India and across the globe. The life and teachings of Vadabhante remain endured for a long time in the hearts of India, because Vadabhante has given his entire life for the propagation, for the preservation and protecting the noble teachings of Lord Buddha. This seminar is a humble tribute at the holy feet of our Vadabhante. I would like to quote one gatha from Dhammapada. The Buddha says, Dure santo pakasenti himavanto vapabbato asantitha disanti ratting kitang yathasara. The good sign even from the far, but the wicked one are never seen, just like the arrow shot in the night. Similarly, the Buddha said, Napuppagandho pativatameti na chandanang tagaramallikawa satancha gandho pativatameti sabbadisa sapurisa pavati. Not the sweet smell of flowers, not even the fragrance of sandal, tagara, or jasmine blows against the wind, but the fragrance of virtuous blows against the wind. The virtuous man pervades all directions with the fragrance of his virtue. Among the life of Vadabhante and his teachings, his legacy, his work is indeed so great in the context of India, in the context of Buddha Sasana. Vadabhante used to say, Jote tu Buddha Sasanang, Bharatasming Ratansming. He says, may the dispensation of Lord Buddha shines in the land of his origin. Therefore, this seminar is a tribute, in honor of our beloved Guruji, who has implanted the Dhamma in our heart, who has established Mahabodhi Society, and also envisioned this research center for the learning and practice and realization of Dhamma. In this today's world, the message of Dhammapada and the study and contemplations of Dhammapada is very relevant and very significant. From the time of the Buddha until now, Dhammapada has been the perennial source of inspiration. It is a guidebook for right living. It's a guidebook for cultivation of Buddha's path of wisdom and compassion. Bhadabhante wrote in his book, Dhammapada, because this Dhammapada, the very first two verses of Dhammapada, had transformed Bhadabhante's life. While he was searching for the truth, Bhadabhante studied the Quran, he studied the Bible, he studied the Gita, but none of them have convinced him. When he read the Dhammapada, the very first two gathas saying Manopu Bangama Dhamma, Manosetta Manomaya, mind precedes all mental states, mind is the chief. We are born because of our own mind. Whatever we think, our actions, depending on our mind, when we thought good thoughts, our actions become pure. When our mind is defiled, our actions also defiled. So that Dhammapada, those two verses of Dhammapada have changed the course of life, and subsequently Bhadabhante became a monk. So this message of Dhammapada is simple and direct, and it is a systematic counselor for the unsophisticated, and for the intellectually overburdened, it is clear and direct, inspire humility. And for the earnest truth seeker, is a source of inspiration. Dhammapada not only assures us for the happiness in this life by following the path of Sila, it also teaches the path to higher kind of happiness, path to inner development. Dhammapada also teaches to develop the wisdom and thereby liberation from the bondage of samsara. So today we are here to study and contemplate on the message of Dhammapada and pay our gratitude, our respects to Bhadabhanteji in the most befitting, most meaningful manner. No, the best way of paying a gratitude is by following the footsteps of Bhadabhante. And at the time of like this, when the crisis, the global tension and crisis is ongoing, you may be knowing the war between Ukraine and Russia and unrest and violence across the globe. We need the message of compassion, the message of peace and global harmony. No time in the history is the Buddha's teaching is more relevant like today. From the time of Buddha until now, we have to contemplate, we have to develop and spread this message of loving kindness and compassion so that the world will be a better place to live in. So from this birth centenary year, wish that this seminar will give a message to the world to live harmoniously, to live happily and peacefully. With this, I conclude my beginning note on the seminar, and I pay my homage to Kasabante and all the Bhikkhu Sangha. Now over to Ramchandra sir to proceed further in the seminar. Namo Buddhaya. Sa.
International Buddhist Confederation, New Delhi. And now I will introduce the speaker to the audience about the Venerable Dhammapada. Venerable Dhammapada is the Secretary General of the International Buddhist Confederation, IBC. It is a global umbrella Buddhist body headquartered in New Delhi, established under the patronage of the Supreme Buddhist Religious Hierarchy. It currently has a membership drawn from 39 countries of over 320 organizations, both monastic and lay people, that include world bodies, national and regional federations, orders, temple bodies, and monasteries, etc. Venerable Dhammapada is also the founder of Dhammadeepa Foundation, Secretary General of the Northeast India Buddhist Sangha Council, and the founder and the chairman for Bahujan Hitaya Education Trust, Manubanku, Tripura. Apart from holding these prestigious posts, he is also the professor and principal of the Michael Madhusudan Datta College, Tripura. He is also running a charitable residential school named Dhammadeepa Senior Secondary School, along with a monastic education institution named Dhammadeepa International Buddhist Academy, where over 150 Buddhist monks and novices are given monastic education and are being trained in meditation and Dhamma courses. Venerable Dr. Dhammapada has also actively participated in several national and international seminars, conferences, and workshops, symposium in India and abroad since 1994. And he is a great Bante, Venerable Dhammapada. Now I request on behalf of everyone present here, Bhikkhu Sangha, lay disciples, and all the participants here, I request Venerable Dr. Dhammapada to give his chief guest address. It is over to Venerable Dhammapada Bante.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. A very good morning to all venerable members of Mahasangha, esteemed Upasakas, Upasikas, brothers and sisters in Dhamma, and all peace-loving people across the globe. I'm happy to be part of this Dhammapada festival celebration and also the seminar on the Dhammapada, the Buddha's path to global peace, harmony, and compassion. But it so happened, coincidental, I had to come to Himachal Pradesh to attend enthronement ceremony of 43rd Sakya Tenzin, the chief of Sakya lineage of Tibetan tradition. It's going on now simultaneously. So I'm in a place where it's like a quite big jungle. I mean, this village area. So there may be some disturbance now going on in the background. I came out of the venue and sitting under the sky, and you can see in the background so many vehicles. Governors have also had come, many ministers, many delegates from across the globe, from all over the world. I'm very sorry to be in this kind of situation, and I am not able to help. And I'm helpless. Like somehow I managed to come out actually from the venue. It's almost the same time it started. Anyway, the point here is we are celebrating Dhammapada Festival 2022 and organizing this online virtual seminar on the very important topic, that is the global peace, harmony, and compassion. usually when we celebrate a festival, what we see is that there'll be dance, there'll be songs, singing songs, there'll be cultural program, there'll be markets and many other things. That is the characteristics of the festival. Some sort of entertainment, enjoyment, coming together, meeting, wishing kind of thing. But this Dhammapada festival is something very unique. And I'm very much thankful to the Mahabodhi Society of Bangalore for organizing every year this Dhammapada festival. The uniqueness of Dhammapada festival is here there is no such kind of singing, dancing, or entertainment kind of things, but rather there is chanting, meditation, reflection, and seminars, workshops, conferences are being organized to make people around the world that the path that Buddha has shown and that is contained in the Dhammapada is very much necessary for everyone to be acquainted with, to understand it, and to know the applicability of every word that is contained in the sloka or the gathas that in Dhammapada. So this is the uniqueness of Dhammapada festival being organized by Mahabodhi Society of Bangalore. I hope this will continue to create awareness as far and wide as possible among the people around the globe, the need to open the Dhamma Chakku, the eyes of Dhamma. When we are born with physical eyes, that is the Rupa Khanda, the Rupa Chakku, or Kayika, the eyes or Kayika Chakku, the physical eyes. With physical eyes, what we see, only we see the forms, the things around us. And with the physical eyes, when we see things not accompanied by the wisdom or the panya, that leads to aggression, that leads to disharmony, conflict, chaos, because the physical eyes will see something with the basis of lova, that is greed. You want to possess, you want to have something. Now, how to have it? You will use any kind of means. If you have Dhamma Chakku, the eye of Dhamma, the eye of wisdom, then you will see not only by your physical eyes, but you'll visualize, you'll be reflecting on whatever you see with the physical eyes, and then the result will be that you know whatever you see, you want to have it, that is not permanent thing, it's transitory. So whatever we want to have, whatever we have, that we need all these things when we survive, just to support our life to continue. But when the greed goes to an extent and it's not controllable, or not brought under control, or in that case, the hatred or wrong beliefs, then it leads to, or it may lead or can lead to aggression, violence, terrorism. So in today's world, if we look around, either in the name of politics or in the name of expanding of boundary of faith, religious boundary, like we have many faith trying to convert or get more number of followers and using any sort of means to the expansion of the religious boundary also leads to conflict. But when one understands and gets this Dhamma Chakhu, the eyes of Dhamma, the eyes of wisdom, one will not get involved or engage in this kind of violent, destructive activities. One will have compassionate mind, will see things as they really are. That is, when we have Dhamma Chakhu, we'll know the reality, we'll look at the reality as it is. That means when we see human beings, we'll see human beings as human beings. We'll not see human beings as Americans, Russians, Ukrainians, Africans, Thai, Indians, like that. We'll see human beings as human beings. That is the universal truth. And all human beings, they either suffer or they enjoy their life. But enjoyment is also a transitory. That's also another universal truth. So the Buddha has said, this kind of transitory phenomena of the world, and also the thinking of the permanence nature of the world, these are the two aspects of the dual nature of things. And it is our responsibility, if we want to have peace in the world and harmony in the world, then develop to have Dhamma Chakhu, not only these physical eyes, and that is possible not by spreading the ism, either it is Hindu plus ism, or Buddha plus ism, or Buddhi plus ism, I don't know, or any other ism. So ism is a set of beliefs, a set of belief systems. And if we want to expand this belief system, one second, I'm getting some sort of thing. Have to have. One second. Oh, sorry, actually, I'm outside, so just was some disturbance. So this belief system, when it becomes blindfolded, then that leads to definitely violence and conflict. So one has to raise above this belief system, and that is only possible when one develops Dhamma Chakku. That's why I used to suggest, instead of trying to expand ism, your ism or my ism, let us try to work collectively to expand or promote what is called Dhamma, which is universal, which is the natural laws. And when we promote Dhamma, there's no ism as such. The compassion, for example, is part of the Dhamma. the compassion. The first thing is trying to understand the Dhamma, law of nature. So that is the positive or negative aspect of the law of nature of the Dhamma. So Buddha has already given clearly that it can be either kusala or akusala, the Dhamma. So the kusala aspect is the energy or the laws, the universal laws, that is positive, creative, and generative. And the akusala one is, it is negative, destructive, and degenerative. So once we have Dhamma Chakku on this phenomena, the universal law, the nature, it becomes our responsibility which one we want to promote, whether the negative, destructive, or the degenerative energy or the force, or the positive, creative, and generative energy or the laws or the force. If we want to have global peace and harmony, definitely we have to develop the positive, creative, and generative of quality, the force or energy, promote it. This is what very important. And the aspect, the compassion, as you are saying. So I have been telling, if there is any religion in the world that we need, it should not be any ism as such, but compassion should be the religion to be practiced by all. If you want to say religion or whatever you call, so compassion to be practiced. There is no compassion which is Hindu compassion or Christian or Buddhist or anybody's compassion as such. Compassion is compassion. This is the positive kusala, chitta or kusala aspect or the positive aspect of the Dhamma. So if the positive aspect of Dhamma is being practiced, I'm sure when it is done by everyone, we can have the global peace that we all desire, that is the need of the hour. We can reduce the aggression being inflicted by the mighty power. We have to remind of ourselves that the mighty power doesn't remain mighty all the time. Things changes. So we should treat everybody, every nation, every community with compassion, with love, so that we coexist in harmony. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Actually, I'm in a place where, I could not even connect to my laptop. I'm talking from my mobile phone actually now. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Hope next time maybe in a proper setup we can talk. Thank you, everyone.
Sadhu, sadhu.
Dhammapada Bandeji, in his chief guest address, has distinguished the difference between festival of Dhamma festival is different from other festival. In other festival, one can see the dance, music, drama, singing, etc. But in Dhammapada festival, it is having unique characteristics where no such singing and entertainment is there. Rather, it is this festival is meant for meditation, reflection, workshops, conferences, seminars to make the people know the path to Nibbana, to understand and know the applicability of Dhammapada process, to create awareness, to open Dhamma Chakku. Physical eye is different from Dhamma Chakku. And the physical eye knows only the forms, etc. Whereby seeing the forms, etc., it craves for possessing, thereby lobha, dosa, moha will emerge. Whereas the Dhamma Chakku will see the other person as mentality and material. Therefore, there is no reason for aggression, violence, etc. One should have
ಉಳಿದೋರ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಆಡಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ.
But Dhamma Chakku needs to harmony and not to involve in violence. Compassionate mind is very important. And Dhammapada Banteji also told, by having the Dhamma Chakku, we can see the things as they really are. Yatha bhuta jnana dassana. But not seeing the things as we are, seeing the things as they are through Dhamma Chakku. And we don't see human beings as African, Russian, Indian, etc. If we have Dhammachakko, if we have only physical eye, we classify segment what as Indian, what the Maharashtrian, etc. And the suffering, etc. is all because of the physical eye. We have to raise above the physical eye and move towards the Dhammachakko, etc. And belief system is because of physical life, and virus is because of physical life. To get the Dhamma by doing the meditation, etc. And these belief system will wash away, and there is no the laws of the nature, and we have two types of energy, positive energy and negative energy. Positive energy will lead to from these energies to achieve the global peace, amity, etc. And it is a good message for the world peace, harmony, and compassion. For his relevant and excellent the address. Next comes the next speaker is keynote address by our Dr. Professor Murthy Saab from Tumkur University. Dr. Professor Murthy, U.S. Murthy sir, is a humble and very sublime, gentle professor who is always catering to the needs of the student community, and also under his guidance and Venerable Pamakka Banteji from Myanmar got to PhD, and the research guide for Venerable Pamakka Banteji is none other than Professor Dr. U.S. Murthy of Tumkur University. So the Mahabodhi Research Center and as well as Tumkur University Department of History and Archaeological Department unitedly worked to produce Dhamma PhD, which is the rarest of the rare opportunity given by Tumkur University, especially for a foreign student, that is the Myanmar Venerable Pamakka Banteji. And the entire is PhD program, Professor U.S. Murthy meticulously supported, and always he is guiding Mahabodhi Society. And the wish of Murthy Saab is that, and we have to promote this Dhamma knowledge to all European countries, etc. and see that India is a land of opportunity and the spirituality, and this spirituality should be spread to other parts of the country through Dhamma mode. And Dr. Murthy was born in December 2nd, 1958. Completed his post-graduation degree at Karnataka University, Dharwad in Karnataka in the year 1981. Completed MPhil program at Cambridge University. Completed his PhD at Pune University, Pune in 1989 on the topic Megalithic Culture of South India, Socio-Economic Perspective. And he is retired as a HOD Department of History and Archaeology, Tumkur University, Tumkuru. And he is a professor of the great eminence. And with his rich knowledge, today, now he is delivering the keynote address on the Dhammapada festival, the Buddha's path to global peace, harmony, and compassion. I, on behalf of Mahabodhi Research Center and Mahabodhi Society, Venerable Kasappa Banteji, and all the Bhikkhu Sangha who are present here and the lay disciples, I request Venerable Professor Dr. U.S. Murthy to deliver his keynote address today. It is over to Professor Dr. U.S. Murthy Saab.
Namo Buddhaya to everyone. I offer my most sincerest salutations at the lotus feet of Lord Buddha first, and also I take this opportunity to offer my sincerest pranams to Most Venerable Dr. Acharya Buddharakitaji with whom we had a very long association between Mahabodhi Society and Tumkur University. And I also, on this occasion, would like to salute all the elderly monks and all my colleagues in the Mahabodhi Society. And particularly, I am thankful to Ananda Bantiji, Buddha Dattaji, Dr. Ramchandraji, and all the other colleagues who have been immensely helpful in carrying out many of the wonderful research opportunities that were created by the Tumkur University almost about a decade back in Buddhist studies. So it has taken us quite far, but still there are many more fields which we need to touch upon and try to do excellent work actually in many unknown aspects of Buddhist studies, I think, which would help both the Mahabodhi Society as well as my parent institute, Tumkur University, and also all the other sister organizations dealing with the Buddhist philosophy and traditions to spread the theme of today's seminar in a much stronger way. So today's theme, Dhammapada, the Buddha's path to global peace, harmony, and compassion, could not have been more relevant under these very, very excruciating and trying times of world today. I would like to, I'm an OS with the entire Pali literature. I had an opportunity to work with some of the people in when I was studying in Deccan College about the elementary information on Pali and its traditions and all that. But somehow my field of work was to more on the archaeology, historical heritage, as also on the basically cultural and philosophical traditions of our great country. So I'm trying to see the Dhammapada tradition and the Hori tradition that has been handed over to us through the wonderful institutes like Mahabodhi Society in a much broader context, so that it would help us to understand what all has gone into making this wonderful Indian civilization with many of its branches, so that have been able to guide us for millennia together. So with this background, I would like to put up some of my views, so that are that we need to see the entire tradition, philosophical tradition of India in a very, very broader and larger context, because to help the world and the human race actually to realize its very existence, and also to elevate its mind to a greater heights to for the compassion, for co-living, and for all sort of symbiotic relationship within nature. That's what is required in these very trying times. So I would like to request to put up the PPT. So through that PPT, I would like to make a small presentation on some of my views, so to broaden our understanding of the cultural heritage on which where the foundation of which has given us so much strength. So can I see the PPT, please? Sharath, can I see the PPT?
You please share, Murthy sir.
Yeah. Can I see the PPT?
Yeah. You share from your side. We have given you the permission.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you need to share your screen.
We will do from our side. Go
Yeah, please.
Not this one, not this one. उनका PPT था. have it. No? You got it in the computer. No?
Do I need to do it at my end?
If you can do that, that will be good. What is
Yeah.
it? You just
So-
press the screen share and you open that PPT and share the screen, please.
Okay, just please hold on. Okay, can it be seen now properly?
Yes, yes. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
yeah. Shall I go ahead?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. As I briefed, I would like to speak on the broader context of the entire Indian philosophical tradition in the background of our cultural and archaeological heritage of India, challenges, prospects, and directions. So when we look at this, so we need to understand the entire concept under several headings actually. So first one is setting the agenda, the perimeters. Second, the opinionators and the stakeholders. Third one, the conceptual matrix, parameters and paradigms. And under that actually we have articulating the heritage, research dimensions, the state and the heritage, preservation and documentation, and future directions. And in the end, I would like to see some of the integral concerns so that we need to look into. So while setting the agenda, so that's the perimeters, so we need to look at some of the very important aspects of Indian civilization. So in the long and eventful saga of India, the indelible impressions of existence and creativity, both at the individual and social level, that have been left behind by the several known but still many more anonymous authors, form the essence of a cultural mosaic. The facets of this mosaic, like many a branch banyan tree, surfacially are expressed through every possible material media and subterraneanly through the invisible roots represented by the philosophical concepts, traditions, customs, and the human skills. Dotting the varied landscape of India are, on the one hand, the archaeological and architectural remains, be it ancient habitations, religious monuments, mausolea, palaces, or written documents, which are the concrete expressions of human activities, forming the most valuable sources of study for evaluating and understanding the various phases of development, as well as regression, formative changes, and the qualitative levels of the Indian society. On the other hand, are the dynamic living traditions, be they of philosophical practices, oral repository systems, classical music, dance, or handicrafts, a continuum carrying the knowledge and skills inherited from the past. Such records, material, oral, or otherwise, it is believed, reflect the collective consciousness and knowledge of their creators. Hence, the modern societies are increasingly getting aware of the fact that it is for their own retrospection and benefit, as also for their posterity, that these vital links should be preserved and taken care of for their efflorescence. The protection, preservation, as well as fostering of the archaeological and living heritage is therefore becoming a pressing need of the India today, because industrialization, modernization, as well as population expansions, and consequent with it, the current land use patterns have started irrevocably obliterating the traditional landscape, and along with it, the traces and links of cultural imprints. The cultural organizations of the world over, such as the International Council on Monuments and Sites, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, which are operating at the international level, and the Archaeological Survey of India, the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, the National Museums of India, the Indian Museum, the National Archives of India, the Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya, the Center for Cultural Resources and Training, the Indian Council of Historical Research, the Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage, Directorates of Archaeology, Museums and Archives of various states of India, central and state university departments and associated cultural bodies, as well as quite a few non-governmental organizations active at the national and regional levels, are emphasizing the need for exigent measures for preserving and conserving the human as well as natural heritage before those are severely defaced. If this subject forms a backdrop as an inherent concern for the most well-known international and national cultural organizations, as well as to innumerous but largely nondescript local heritage organizations, it is because of a special position in the cultural heritage studies on India, particularly from the post-colonial era. Hence, the desire to initiate and undertake an in-depth dialogue on the kinds, volume, and depth of issues involved. The gradually developing understanding has periodically pushed the governmental and other stakeholders to envisage and gauge into the dimensions of the problems arising out of this complex situation, as also to prioritize those aspects that need immediate attention. These core concerns, it is deemed, would help prepare a blueprint for India's cultural heritage and its management tangible for the 21st century and beyond. So as I told you, there are very, very crucial segments which need to be taken care. And one of them is the opinionators and the stakeholders, considering the nature, magnitude, and complexity of issues related to having a bearing upon the cultural as well as natural heritage of India. There have been concerted and insightful efforts from several best minds in the concerned fields. The concept of cultural resource management entails primarily those responsibilities of the various concerned bodies of charting out and preparation of detailed inventories of distinctive aspects of cultural components as well as archaeological sites and monuments. This of necessity calls for survey, excavation, preservation, conservation, and maintenance at the primary level. In essence, then, the documentation, research, presentation, and dissemination of information, and as well as public access form the second crucial stage of the use of heritage. And central to these basal foundations is the qualification of professionals engaged in the protection of heritage and other relevant amplificatory programs. The Herculean task thus involved not only implies a dynamic and meaningful role for the governments, legislators, academia, and heritage administrators and private organizations, but explicitly demands a constructive dialogue with the stakeholders and public at large on the concerned issues. So under the conceptual matrix, the efforts hitherto undertaken by the concerned agencies and their committed personnel in delineating the wide-ranging and vital aspects of man-made heritage having a bearing upon the India's historical and cultural strands has been gigantic. This has essentially led to a greater understanding of the disparate natural environs that often conditioned but also induced momentum to varied repertoire of human knowledge systems in specific cultural and historical context. The above outlined theme and the attendant related issues can broadly be undertaken for discussion under 5 major sub-themes, namely, one is articulating the heritage, B, research dimensions, C, the state and the heritage, D, preservation and documentation, and the future direction. The focus on these aspects has for long generated fruitful as well as concerted discussions, identifying what is needed to be preserved, developed, and taken care of, why now it is absolutely necessary to undertake certain measures, and how in practice to realize those contemplated actions. So under the article, I am not getting into too many details, but just trying to sum up some of the main ideas and the work done so far. So the identification of the seemingly disparate but integral components of the cultural heritage and the distinctive ones that are rapidly disintegrating, and lastly, those components that could be harnessed further for advancing the knowledge systems form a crux of this realm of literature. The concept of heritage, both man-made and natural, the proponents opine that it should be understood in its most comprehensive sense as encompassing all the aspects, be it visual or performing arts, crafts, cuisine, costume, oral traditions, language, or natural healing methods, as also multitudinous facets of biodiversity, which have given a sense of purpose to human existence and creativity and provide the reflective poise and spiritual energy so essential for securing an integral vision of the self and the nature. The lack of awareness in the society in general and even among the policymakers in comprehending the dimension of the problem related to this vital issue is indeed deplorable. Educating and inculcating an awareness in all the segments of social and political strata on the distinctive aspects of heritage, such as indigenous cultural values, ethical mores, art historical vestiges, traditional skill in various forms of arts and crafts, therapeutic and medicinal knowledge, ethnic languages and dialects that are rapidly disappearing and disintegrating has been deemed crucial for the sustenance as also for the regeneration of the Indian cultural persona, creating a conducive environment to the efflorescence of many of these decaying arts and crafts, which have been rather decontextualized in the present Indian society on account of a variety of factors, and the dire necessity of support, both governmental and private, has been emphasized. So also have been several suggestions for raising the funds for a continual sustenance of the cultural and natural heritage. So these suggestions have been delineated at length under a separate heading in the resume section. So in the research section dimensions, a review of the research endeavors carried out hitherto in each aspect of India's cultural heritage, those components and constituent areas of heritage that require further research in order to ensure their better preservation as well as promotion for the wider relevance and the needed research agenda tangible for the 21st century, which would help sustain and carry forward the inherited legacy, have been the main topics discussed under this category of literature. Although considerable amount of efforts have gone into unraveling India's historical roots and its multifaceted cultural phenomena, particularly through studies in the field of art and architecture, philosophy, socio-political structures, economic underpinnings, philosophical moorings, language, etc., both of the bygone period and present, concerns have been explicitly voiced about the feeling that unlike the environmental or the green lobby, the cultural group has not made a firm impact as a cognizant lobby on the policymakers. A multidisciplinary and multi-pronged approach has also been suggested considering the magnitude of the work to be undertaken, researched and understood. More so in the fields such as landscape archaeology, India's cultural relations and influence in the neighboring zones of Central, Western and Southeast Asia, cultural anthropology, musicology, folklore, and in other marginally explored subjects for gaining a holistic view of India's cultural matrix. So under the state and heritage, delineation of the initiatives already undertaken by the central and state governments, as well as by other organizations for the preservation, conservation, and promotion of India's cultural heritage, the existing and the envisaged role of the various financial institutions in these tasks, and the strategies that can be contemplated for ensuring the effective implementation of various programs which have a direct bearing upon the India's vast natural and cultural resources, forms yet another major body of literature encompassing diligent efforts. So under this, preservation and documentation is a crucial segment. Besides periodically reporting and reviewing of the efforts of various organizations, institutions engaged in the preservation and documentation of India's cultural heritage, scholarly endeavors also pay particular attention to prioritizing of the areas that need to be documented sooner to ensure their material life. Side by side, developing of new strategies and strengthening of the existing institution capabilities aimed at preserving and documenting the distinctive components of cultural heritage unquestionably forms a vital and prime issue of debate, discussion, and dialogue. So the future directions, there are quite a many. I'm going to deal with in very briefly on that. An intensive dialogue on the possible scenario in the 21st century for India's cultural heritage within the present context, devising and developing of relevant strategies, making the heritage self-supportive and widely relevant, and initiatives that could be undertaken in the basic and applied collaborative research for making the heritage pertinent for an all-round development of the present-day society, both at socio-political and education level, may likely to prove as catalyst in shaping the India of the future. Compared to the considerable efforts hitherto done, and those that are underway by the various governmental bodies and other organizations, much requires to be accomplished in the vast arena of heritage, with a civilizational history of almost more than 2 millennia and a cultural continuum unhindered both temporally and spatially, its diversity as also the geographical extension, which albeit poses several logistical problems on research and documentation front, itself provides an opportunity for exploring and seeking higher frontiers of benevolent development and quality of life. Serious concerns have often been voiced over the lack of awareness in the vast majority generally and even among the literate sections of the society about the spiritual and functional utilities of understanding one's own cultural heritage. If desired goals are not achieved with a genuine concern for the strands of heritage, which we as inheritors are obliged to pass it on to the future generations, the vacuum would be unbridgeable. Hence, doubling of the efforts, especially in the fields of education and professional expertise at all levels, has been considered as a dire necessity. Attention has been specially drawn to the proper training of youngsters in such disciplines as archaeological and artistical conservation, philosophical traditions, archaeochemistry, visual and performing arts, oral tradition, epigraphy, manuscriptology, museology, healing arts, etc., so as to help develop professionalism in the heritage preservation and management. So, initiation of a dedicated band of cadres, mobilization of local populace for the grassroots participation and dissemination of cultural education in the local languages and dialects have been deemed as of utmost importance. In both qualitative and quantitative precautions are not taken in the desired direction, the wiser savants and elders have warned that a situation may arise sooner when we will not be up to the mark in retaining what has been handed over to us by our forefathers and mothers and can blissfully walk around as culturally rootless people wearing modern gadgets on a soulless body. A general lack of coordination within and between the various agencies involved in safeguarding the heritage has also proven negative, and as such, culturally active and inclusive groups have felt that there is an urgent need to coordinate and the working of all the cultural bodies, both governmental or otherwise, for bringing about a cohesiveness in the administration of India's cultural heritage, improvement in the infrastructural facilities, especially in the educational organizations, such as research and development of cost-effective technical aids for the conservation of for different types of material, utilization of the skills of several unemployed professionals who have obtained training in related fields but have no opportunities to use their expertise, as also holding of short as well as long-term workshops with a particular emphasis on the need to combine the link between cultural heritage and social development have been suggested as the possible effective strategies to combat and overcome some of the existing lacunae. Very vociferously but less effectively, it has also been demanded for long to make effective the legal framework so as to do away with the irreplaceable damage being done to the several cornerstones of the heritage, and stringent punishment measures have rightly been called for to curb all kinds of vandalism. Besides the legislative reforms and the other follow-up actions which could be effective at the grassroots level, a broad consensus among the concerned organizations, administrators, and professionals is a must in evolving a sound government policy on the heritage. A meticulous documentation, education for cultural awareness, coordination for the enhancement of finest aspects of culture, and legislative production, to sum up, have been seen as the high roads for developing a heritage perspective in the present milieu. More importantly, the preservation should not be for its own sake, but must form a dynamic process of the culture. It should be perceived as part of a vibrant tradition, and innovative ways of forging this link must be tried and approached. Currently, one of the biggest problems is that the things have been decontextualized to a great extent, and therefore grassroots level participation involving reorientation in viewing and understanding of the objects has to have topmost priority. Tourism, which is all set to play a key role in the generation of revenue, it must be remembered that also acts as one of the main avenues for creating a perception about the heritage, while thinking of different and creative ways involving non-governmental organizations and other concerned bodies. Building synergies between different sectors would go a long way in the presentation of cultural heritage, and this very task provides a historical opportunity for all of us for contextualizing the objects and seeing them as part of time, place, and history. So I'm going to brief up to sum up the intensive deliberations in the pre and post-independent India on contemplated themes, as also a concerted and lively but albeit a long-drawn dialogue on the issues involved has produced many ideas for safeguarding and promoting India's cultural heritage. The concerns that have emanated after a factual and realistic evaluation of the current scenario, form a long and illustrious list of practitioners of the craft, as also by the actual pallbearers of culture per se, have not only helped bring forth and comprehend the burning issues related to India's heritage, but intrinsically have demanded the urgent need of checking out a broader plan of action for its protection. So those intellectual insightful views, particularly delving on subjects like linking education with culture, developing of expertise in the requisite fields of for effectively carrying forward the heritage programs necessary of full legislative protection and legal framework, possible avenues for raising the revenue, and lastly, supportive coordination for shaping up an integral cultural policy. And so the overall concerns have been highlighted in the following lines point-wise. I'm going to deal with only 1 or 2 points. So under that, the education, the importance and vital role of the cultural as well as natural heritage in developing an integral vision of the self and the universe, both in individual and in a society, must be emphatically highlighted at all stages of formal education, specifically through local languages and dialects. The existing schism between the formal system of education and the country's rich and varied cultural traditions needs to be bridged. The preoccupation with modern technologies should not be allowed to sever new generation from the roots in India's history and culture, and the current tendency of deculturalization, dehumanization, and alienation must be avoided at all costs. The education must orient itself to bring about a fine synthesis between change-oriented technologies and country's continuity of the cultural traditions. So there are some more aspects which I have already highlighted in one of my papers. So a wider understanding of, as also a broader dialogue and debate on the India's cultural heritage is needed at all levels, and it has become absolutely necessary to build up a lobby from the grassroots level onwards. And the educational initiatives directed towards the safeguarding and enhancing of India's cultural heritage should be seen as India's future and not as India's past. So there are many more points which I will not go into the details. So younger generation needs to be exposed both formally and informally to the study of ancient philosophical traditions, art and architecture, word cultures, cultural anthropology, musicology, folklore, etc., for comprehending the broader civilizational aspects and contributions of India. So here, both physical as well as mental health of human societies should be considered as an important dimension of the cultural heritage, and those aspects of the healing arts that have a direct bearing upon public health as also on the women and children must be given priority. So a continual dialogue and constructive debate within and between organizations engaged in safeguarding and promoting the cultural heritage is essential for an in-depth understanding of the complex matrix of both the man-made and natural heritage. And in this context, the national seminar that has been undertaken by the Mahabodhi Society, you can see its relevance actually, for they're trying to spread some of the core ideas of Indian civilization ethos through this important seminar. So there are several aspects like legislative protection and legal framework, avenues for raising the revenue for cultural heritage, coordination for an integral cultural policy, and all those things. So now the notions on the cultural and archaeological heritage management cannot be introduced by foreign or centrally located institutions alone. What is most necessary is to build a strong local cooperation alongside grassroots participation and a firm determination to safeguard one's own cultural roots, both in its material and spiritual manifestations. So thanks to the Herculean efforts of innumerable individual visionaries, educational and cultural organizations, state establishments, as also the countless common hands and minds that have most diligently and concertedly addressed those underpinnings, both in pre and post-independent life of India. All those intense efforts and innate concerns on the heritage of India, in a subtle but nuanced way, have backed up our current energies and pointedly remind our conscience to prudently carry forward this cumulative mandate. Just 2 minutes. However, I am coming to the last part actually. This is the most crucial question that we need to ask ourselves. However, have we as a nation, as a polity, and as citizens of a democracy positioned ourselves firmly and unswervingly to be instrumental in shaping a responsive and inclusive and enthusing human policy for safely carrying forward the heritage of India into the bosom of 22nd century and beyond That's a big question mark for all of us. I hope today's seminar, National Seminar on Dhammapada, which tells us basically on the core value of how to live on this earth as human beings, along with other forms of life. That's the core idea. So if this is taken up seriously at various levels, both at the policy level as well as the day-to-day living level, then I think we'll be able to create a better and a responsive world that can take care of the human aspects like compassion and kindness for everyone. Thank you very much for everyone for giving me this opportunity for being with you. Thank you very much.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you, Murthy sir, for bringing out a different dimension of the cultural resource management and cultural and architectural resources, how it can be made known to the younger generation, etc. So, as per Buddha, among all the culture, mental culture is very important. Metta bhavana is very important for the development of human individuals. Bante, lunch. Malepuram. Now, so far, this Dhammapada book is as per the Guardian, is the highest among the top 5 sold books in the world. Dhammapada figures number 1. It is translated into many languages, English and other European languages, etc. And Bhadabante also in the year 1959 first edition, and in the year 1966 second edition. Now that was published by Mahabodhi Society. The third edition was published in the year 1996, written by Venerable Bhadabante and published by Buddhist Publication Society, Sri Lanka. So the translations highest sold book all over the world is the Dhammapada book. And now we are coming to the morning session because the Bante Sangha, Buddha Sangha, Bantejis, they have to have lunch, and therefore to sum up, we had the good beginning where after this inauguration and Buddha Puja, Venerable Dhammapiya has spoken excellently about the Dhamma Chakku. The Dhamma Chakku is very important rather than the physical eye. And Dr. U.S. Murthy also spoken. He has brought other dimension of cultural resource management to add value and vigor to this seminar. And now the Pantes, okay, they have to go for lunch, but the session will continue, right?
Yes, yes.
And we wholeheartedly welcome Dr. Rajaram sir, Chandrasekhar sir, Kumar, Satyasilan, and all the participants who are here, who are very much attached right from Badapante's period. Okay, all the stalwarts and lay upasakas dedicated to the Mahabodhi Society. Now it is time for lunch for the bhikkhus, and the session will continue because the audience, we have audience of both offline and online, and they are listening to the lecture. Now the next speaker is Dr. Mallepuram G. Venkatesh sir. I will give a brief introduction about the next speaker in a few seconds. Bante? Yeah. Diploma students. What? Now let us continue with our national seminar. Now we have with us the next speaker, Dr. Mallepuram G. Venkatesh. Okay, the guest of honor for today's inaugural session. And it is my privilege and pleasure in introducing Dr. Mallepuram G. Venkatesh sir. And for your kind information, Dr. Mallepuram G. Venkatesh was the founder, Vice Chancellor of Karnataka Sanskrit University. And Mallepuram sir was born on 5th June 1952 at Nelmangla, Bangalore district. His father, Gangayya, mother, Venkatamma. And Professor Mallepuram G. Venkatesh has to his credit MA degree in Karnataka, Kannada, and MA degree in Sanskrit also. And he started his career as the teacher in Kanakapura and also Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike BBMP school as Kannada Pandita. And in the year 1992, Hampi Kannada Vishwavidyalaya, and he was the director, and also went on to become the registrar of Government of Karnataka Kannada Books Authority president, and he was the dean and also Prasaranga, that is publishing unit of Hampi Kannada Vishwavidyalaya. In the year 2008, okay, he was the special officer of Karnataka Sanskrit University and went on to become the first vice chancellor. And also he was associated with the Pali Institute of Gulbarga. He was the honorable director, and also the Kannada Books Authority of Government of Karnataka. Okay, where he has been working along with the Pali as well as this book, looking the Veda and Upanishad in modern perspective. And he is the awardee of Karnataka Rajyostava Award, the highest award conferred by Government of Karnataka for his services, etc. And also he has received Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Award, Siddhganga Mata of Bengaluru, very famous mat, and Siddhganga Shri, okay, Prasasti also he has got. And he is a well-versed, well-known resource person among the Pali and Sanskrit community, etc. Now I request Venerable Dr. Mallepuram G. Venkatesh sir to address the gathering. It is over to Dr. Mallepuram G. Venkatesh sir. Sharath, connect ಮಾಡಿ.
Sir, please unmute yourself, sir. Sir, ತಮ್ಮ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಈಗ
ಈಗ ಕೇಳಿಸಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಹಾಬೋಧಿ ಸೊಸೈಟಿಯ ಆನಂದ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಮುಂತಾದ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಣಾಮಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ಪರಮಪೂಜ್ಯ ಮಹಾಥೇರ ಬುದ್ಧದಕ್ಕಿತ ಅವರ ಜನ್ಮೋತ್ಸವದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿರುವ ಈ ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ವಿಶೇಷ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಗಳನ್ನ ನಡೆಸ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಂತೇಜಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಹಾರದ ಬಂಧುಗಳಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಣಾಮಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ, ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣವನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಮಹಾಬೋಧಿ ಸೊಸೈಟಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾವೀಗ ಉಕ್ರೇನ್ ಮತ್ತು ರಷ್ಯಾದ ಯುದ್ಧದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದು 3ನೇ ಮಹಾಯುದ್ಧ ಆಗುವ ಒಂದು ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಿರುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗತಿಕ ಸಂದರ್ಭ. ಯುದ್ಧ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಿಂಸೆ, ಆದರೆ ಕರುಣಾಪ್ರಾತರಾದಂಥ ಬುದ್ಧ ಭಗವಾನರು ಈ ಯುದ್ಧ ಹಿಂಸೆಯಿಂದ ಆಚೆಗೆ ನಿಂತಂತೆ. ಆಚೆಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆಸೆ ಪಟ್ಟವರು. ಹಿಂಸೆಯ ದುಃಖಕ್ಕೆ ಇದರ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಧಮ್ಮಪದವನ್ನು ಕುರಿತು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ನಡೆಸ್ತಿರೋದು. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ರಷ್ಯನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಉಕ್ರೇನಿನ ಈ ಯುದ್ಧ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಬುದ್ಧನ ಬೋಧನೆಯನ್ನ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದ್ದು, ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಬೇಕಾದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಮೂಲತಃ ಅದು ಇಡೀ ತ್ರಿಪಿಟಕಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ಸೂತ್ರಪ್ರಾಯವಾದ ಗ್ರಂಥ. ಅದು ಮಹಾಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸೂತ್ರಪ್ರಾಯವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಅಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮದ ಗ್ರಂಥವಾಗಿ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದಿದೆಯೋ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ತ್ರಿಪಿಟಕಗಳ ಸಮೂಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುತ್ತಪಿಟಕ, ವಿನಿಪಿಟಕ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಧಮ ಪಿಟಕಗಳ ಆ ಸಮೂಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗತಿಕ ಸಂದರ್ಭಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಉಪವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನವಾಗಿ ಅದು ನಿಂತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. ಧಮ್ಮಪದವನ್ನ ಯಾರ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಡಿತಾರೋ ಅಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹಿಂಸೆಯಿಂದ ಅಹಿಂಸೆಯ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಸತ್ಯದಿಂದ ಸತ್ಯದ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಜ್ಞಾನದಿಂದ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹೊರಗಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಗೆಯ ಕ್ಲೀಶೆಗಳನ್ನ ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಅಂತಚಕ್ಷುಗಳಾಗಿ ಅಂತಸಾಕ್ಷಿಗೆ ಒಳಮುಖವಾದ ಸಂಚಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ, ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ಓದು ಮತ್ತು ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಪಡಿಬಹುದಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ವಿಪಶ್ಯನದ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನವನ್ನ, ಒಂದು ಅಂತಃ ಧ್ಯಾನಸ್ಥ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರಣವಾಗಿದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದವನ್ನ ಮಹಾಥೇರಾದ ಬುದ್ಧರಿಕಿತ ಥೇರ ಅವರು ಇದನ್ನ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷಲ್ಲೂ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡರಲ್ಲೂ ಅನುವಾದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಅನುವಾದ ಬಹಳ ಮೋಹಕವಾಗಿದೆ, ತುಂಬಾ ಸಮರ್ಥವಾಗಿದೆ. ಬುದ್ಧನ ಹೇಳಿದ ಮೂಲ ತತ್ವಗಳು ಯಾವುದಿದೆಯೋ, 4 ಆರ್ಯಸತ್ಯಗಳು, ಅಷ್ಟಾಂಗಿಕ ಮಾರ್ಗ, 8 ಮಾರ್ಗಗಳು, ಆರ್ಯಸತ್ಯಗಳನ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟಾಂಗಿಕ ಮಾರ್ಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿರುವ ಆಚರಣಾತ್ಮಕವಾದ ಬುದ್ಧನ ಈ ತತ್ವವನ್ನ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂತ ರೀತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಗ್ಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಸೆರೆ ಹಿಡಿದು ಬಹಳ ಸರಳವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿರೋದು. ತುಂಬಾ ಕ್ಲೀಟೆಯನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷ ವೈಶಿಷ್ಟ್ಯಗಳೇನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಯಾವ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಅಂತರಂಗವನ್ನ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಪ್ರವೇಶ ಮಾಡುವಷ್ಟು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾರಳ್ಯತೆ ಆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದಕ್ಕಿರೋದು. ಧಮ್ಮಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಥ ಏನಿದೆಯೋ ಅದಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಒಂದೇ ಅರ್ಥ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 2-3 ಅರ್ಥಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳೋಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ವೈಶಿಷ್ಟ್ಯವೇ ಒಂದು ಸಾರಳ್ಯದ ಮಾರ್ಗ, ಒಂದು ಧ್ಯಾನದ ಮಾರ್ಗ, ವಿಪಶ್ಯನದ ಮಾರ್ಗದ ಕಡೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಅಂತರಂಗವನ್ನ ವಿಕಸನ ಮಾಡಿ ಆತನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡಗಿರುವಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ದುಷ್ಪ್ರವೃತ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ, ಹಿಂಸಾ ಪ್ರವೃತ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ, ಮನೋಪ್ರವೃತ್ತಿಗಳು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮನೋವಗ್ಗ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದಿದೆ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಗ್ಗಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಮೂಲತಃ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋದೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಉತ್ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಇದೆ. ಅವನಲ್ಲಿಗಿರುವಂತ ಅನೇಕ ಬಗೆಯ ಏನೇನು ದುಶ್ಚೇಷ್ಟೆಗಳಿದೆಯೋ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ದುಶ್ಚೇಷ್ಟೆಗಳಿಂದ ಮುಕ್ತನಾಗುವ ಒಂದು ವೈಶಿಷ್ಟ್ಯವನ್ನ ಅದನ್ನ ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೇಳಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಬುದ್ಧರಿಕಿತ ಥೇರ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಇಷ್ಟವಾದಂತ ಕೃತಿಯಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಒಗ್ಗಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಓದ್ತಾ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಆ ಒಗ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಒಂದು ಬೆಳಕು, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಗಾಹೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕಾಣಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಬೆಳಕೇನಿದೆಯೋ ಅದು ಬಹಳ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂತರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ನಿಲ್ಲುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಅಂತರಂಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ನಿಲ್ಲುವ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರಂಥ, ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ. ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಹೇಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೋ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸೂರ್ಯನ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಇದೆ. ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಸೂರ್ಯನ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೂರ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಬಗೆಯ ಸ್ವಾರ್ಥ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಬಗೆಯ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ದುಷ್ಟರ ಮೇಲೆ ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಧಕಾರ ಇದೆಯೋ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಂಧಕಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಅದು ಮೀಟಿ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಳಗಿನ ಕತ್ತಲನ್ನ ಅದು ನಿವಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹೇಗೆ ಸೂರ್ಯನ ಬೆಳಕು ಕತ್ತಲನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸುತ್ತೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಸೂರ್ಯನಂತಿರುವ ಈ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ತುಂಬಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮಂಥವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬೆಳಕನ್ನು ಹಾಯಿಸಿ ಆ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಜೀವನವನ್ನ, ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಉತ್ಸಾಹವನ್ನ, ಬದುಕುವ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಬದುಕುವ ಕ್ರಮ ಧಮ್ಮಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋ ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯುದ್ಧ, ಅಹಿಂಸೆ, ಅವಿವೇಕ, ದುಷ್ಪ್ರವೃತ್ತಿಗಳು ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಹೋಗಲಾಡಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಇವತ್ತಿನ 21ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂತ ಗ್ರಂಥ. ಈ ಗ್ರಂಥನ, ಧಮ್ಮಪದವನ್ನ ಬರೀ ಕೇವಲ ಗ್ರಂಥ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅದೊಂದು ಬೆಳಕಿನ ದೀಪ. ಆ ಬೆಳಕಿನ ದೀಪವನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಡಿದು ತನ್ನ ಅಂತರಂಗಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೋ, ತನ್ನ ಅಂತರಂಗಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋದಾಗ ಆತ ಧ್ಯಾನಸ್ಥ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಆತ ಹೋಗ್ಬಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಹೋಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಅದರೊಳಗೆ ಅಡಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ರತ್ನಪ್ರಾಯವಾದದ್ದು ಧಮ್ಮಪದ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಧಮ್ಮಪದವನ್ನ ಕೇವಲ ಅದರ ಭಾಷೆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಪಾಲಿ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮವಾದ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ಕೂಡ ಧಮ್ಮಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡಗಿರೋದು. ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ಒಂದು ಓದು ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದರ ಗಾಹೆಗಳ ಓದೇ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ್ದು. ಪಾಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ಪಾಲಿಯನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಪಾಲಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಗದ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ಇದೆ, ಆದರೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ಪಾಲಿಯ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ, ಅದರ ಕಾವ್ಯ ಭಾಷಾತ್ಮಕವಾದಂತ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯವೇ ಒಂದು ವೈಶಿಷ್ಟ್ಯಪೂರ್ಣವಾದ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಧಮ್ಮಪದವನ್ನ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಧರ್ಮವಾಗಿ, ಕಾವ್ಯ ಧರ್ಮವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಧಮ್ಮವಾಗಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ನೋಡಬಹುದು ನಮಗೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಧಮ್ಮ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಜಾಧಮ್ಮ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಧಮ್ಮವನ್ನ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇಟ್ಟು ಹಿಡಿದು ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಧಮ್ಮಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ. ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಕಾವ್ಯ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಅಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ಎರಡು ಭಗವದ್ಗೀತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋ ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದದಲ್ಲೂ ಕಾವ್ಯ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಅಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ಎರಡೂ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಎರಡೂ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯಗಳು ಏಕತ್ರಗೊಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಇಡೀ ಬೌದ್ಧ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ, ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಧಮ್ಮಪದದಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ನನ್ನ ಓದು ಬಹುತೇಕವಾಗಿ ಅದು ಕಾವ್ಯ ಧರ್ಮ ಮತ್ತು ಅಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಧಮ್ಮ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾವ್ಯ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಧಮ್ಮ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯವನ್ನ, ಆ ಎರಡು ಸೌಂದರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಧಮ್ಮಪದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರವೇಶ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಗೆಯ ಜಾತಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಗೆಯ ವರ್ಗ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಗೆಯ ವರ್ಣ ಮುಂತಾದಗಳಿಂದ ಮೀರಿದ್ದು ಧಮ್ಮಪದ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಧಮ್ಮಪದವನ್ನ ಅನುವಾದ ಆಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ 120 ವರ್ಷಗಳು ಕಳೆದವು. ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ಧಮ್ಮಪದವನ್ನ ಅನುವಾದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೂ ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ಅನುವಾದಗಳು ಬಂದಿವೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ 1930ರಲ್ಲಿ, ಕಳೆದ ಶತಮಾನದ 30ರ ದಶಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಳೆ ನರಸೀಪುರದ ಸಚ್ಚಿದಾನಂದ ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಅದನ್ನ ಅನುವಾದ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಅದನ್ನು ಅನುವಾದ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅವರು ಅನುಸರಿಸಿದ್ದು 2 ಪಠ್ಯಗಳನ್ನ. ಒಂದು ಸಿಂಹಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಕಟವಾಗಿರುವಂತ ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ಪಠ್ಯನ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಹುಲ ಸಾಂಕೃತ್ಯನ ತ್ರಿಪಿಟಕಾಚಾರ್ಯರ ಪಠ್ಯ, ಅದರ ಛಾಯಾನುವಾದ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಛಾಯಾನುವಾದ, ಆ ಪಠ್ಯವನ್ನ ಅವರು ಗಮನಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅನುವಾದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ GP ರಾಜರತ್ನಂ ಅವರು ಅದರ ಅನುವಾದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಇನ್ನು ಶ್ರೀ ನಂದಿಮಠ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂತ ಒಬ್ಬ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಪಾಲಿ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರು ಅದನ್ನ ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುವಾದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನನ್ನ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 6-7 8-10 ಅನುವಾದಗಳು ಬಂದಿವೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ GB ಹರೀಶ ಅನ್ನೋರು ತುಮಕೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ಅನುವಾದವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ರು. ಹೀಗೆ ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ಅನುವಾದ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಜರುಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಜನ, ಕನ್ನಡದ ಧಮ್ಮದ ಬಗೆಗಿನ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಉಳ್ಳವರು, ಧಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಉಳ್ಳವರು ಈ ಧಮ್ಮಪದವನ್ನ ತನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕೂ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮವಾಗೋ ಹಾಗೆ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲಕ್ಕೂ ಒಂದು ಶಿಖರೋಪಮ ಆಗೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಬುದ್ಧರಿಕಿತ ಥೇರ ಮಹಾಥೇರ ಅವರು ಇದರ ಅನುವಾದವನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋ ಮೂಲಕ ಧಮ್ಮಪದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ವೈಶಿಷ್ಟ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನ ತಂದುಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಂಥ ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ಓದು, ಅದರ ವ್ಯಾಸಂಗ, ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕೇವಲ ಬಹಿರಾಡಂಬರಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಅಂತರಂಗಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಧಮ್ಮಪದದ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ ಮತ್ತು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ, ಸಮಾಜವನ್ನ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶವನ್ನ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರವನ್ನ ಹಿಂಸೆಯಿಂದ ಅಹಿಂಸೆಯ ಕಡೆಗೆ, ಅಸತ್ಯದಿಂದ ಸತ್ಯದ ಕಡೆಗೆ, ಅಜ್ಞಾನದಿಂದ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಕಡೆಗೆ, ಕತ್ತಲೆಯಿಂದ ಬೆಳಕಿನ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಒಂದು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ದಾರಿದೀಪ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಇಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನ ಸೊಸೈಟಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ, ಅಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಬಂಧುಗಳಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಣಾಮಗಳನ್ನ ಅರ್ಪಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಅವರು ತುಂಬಾ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರಿ.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಸೊ Dr. Mallepuram G. Venkatesh, in his address, guest of honor address, highlighted that Dhammapada, okay, verses are today it is very essential in 21st century, and also at this crucial juncture where the Ukraine-Russia war is underway, and it is having all potential to become a third world war also. That should not happen, but it is having the potency of the third world war. And the war means violence, according to Mallepuram sir. And Dhammapada, if one reads Dhammapada, each and every verse, it penetrates into the heart of every individual. And also it removes all unwholesome qualities, and it paves way for adopting the wholesome qualities of an individual, according to Mallepuram sir. And again, it has got a subtle meaning. Every verse is having subtle meaning for the life. And also it is a leading the lighted lamp, like a beacon light. It shows path for individual to get freedom from suffering, etc. And like sun will not discriminate anybody on the basis of caste, creed, color, nation, etc. It gives this race, light, etc. Likewise, Dhammapada is also very important, irrespective of the caste, creed, color, etc., because it banishes the ignorance, etc. And many of our the Kannada people, okay, the Dhammapada is having a true beauty, poetic beauty, as well as the spiritual beauty, according to Mallepuram sir. And in our Karnataka, the Saraswati Swami, G.P. Rajaratnam, and Harish, all those people who have translated this Dhammapada into Kannada language, so that everybody is interested in Dhammapada verses and the teachings of Buddha. And in English also we have the Max Muller, Baddhadantacharya Buddha Gosa in 5th century translated this Dhammapada, written commentary on that. So also Dr. S. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, okay, translated this Dhammapada, and he has given his commentary. Many people in many nations, they have translated Dhammapada into their languages, and it is a very rich book, a treasure among the various literature that is available in Kuttaka Nikaya. Dhammapada is established a niche in that it sells. The books are read and reread and highly esteemed by all the readers who come into contact with Dhammapada. In all seminars, workshops, conferences, international conference, invariably they indicate the Dhammapada verse. And therefore, what I suggest to Government of India is that how this June 21st is celebrated as International Yoga Day, and this Buddha Purnima should be celebrated as International Dhammapada Day, so that the world will become at peace. Okay, everybody should be sensitized about Dhammapada verses, like Yoga Day, and that is the wonderful opportunity. You say, a lion born as a lion, die as a lion. Tiger born as a tiger will die as tiger. But a human being who is born as human being, he can evolve. Okay, the consciousness can be evolved, and it goes to greater heights. One day, if a sustained practice of Samatha Vipassana meditation, there are potency, okay, chances with the predominant desire and effort, one can achieve arahantship. That is the opportunity available for human beings. Therefore, we have to make use of this. We should not die as rats and cats. Okay, we should die as evolved consciousness. Where is the opportunity? Dhammapada. Therefore, this Bada Bante rightly, okay, caught hold of this Dhammapada, and it transformed his life. And therefore, Mahabodhi Society. Many people from all over the world, people are benefiting because of this society. thanks to the vision of Bada Bante and compassion of Bada Bante. And with this, the next speaker we have with us, because we have forged an alliance with Jain University, deemed to be university in Karnataka, Bengaluru, and Mahabodhi Research Center, as well as Jain University, deemed to be university, has offered a PhD program for 4 candidates, and 4 candidates are doing their coursework, and further the good topics have been chosen, okay, to benefit the research work. And we have with us Madam Dr. Professor Maithili P. Rao, Deputy Director, Coordinator of PhD Program, and Jain University. A very prolific and highly knowledgeable, resourceful personality, and known for the women empowerment. Today, Buddha has also given the gender equality. And today's International Women's Day this year, according to United Nations, is that the gender equality today for sustainable tomorrow. So women are also very important, okay, in uplifting the Dhamma, etc. And we have with us Maithili P. Rao, the known for the women empowerment, highly empowered women and researcher, academician, and Madam will deliver her address now. I request Professor Dr. Maithili P. Rao, Coordinator, Jain deemed to be university, as a resource person to deliver her address now for the benefit of the audience. Madam.
Sir, pranam, sir, and thank you so much. Am I audible?
Audible. Yeah, it is audible.
Audible. Thank you, sir. सभी सुधीजनों, सज्जनों, विद्वज्जनों को सादर नमन, गुरुवरियों को नमन, भगवान बुद्ध के चरणों में वंदन करते हुए, salutation to the feet of beloved Acharya Buddha Rakita Mahatera ji, all the great teachers and great souls who are present here today. I deem it a great privilege and honor to be amongst all of you and amidst all of you. I'm not very happy with Sharad ji for having given me this kind of a responsibility. I did express my concern about not being very knowledgeable in the true sense as I see all of you here. But he was quite insistent that I do share my thoughts on this very auspicious day. And so since this was also a Thursday, which is considered as a very auspicious day for Guru Vandana, I thought I should not be missing out this opportunity. My introduction to Buddhist thought, Buddhist philosophy came through Hindi literature. I have a PhD in Hindi literature in the medieval poetry, especially with Guru Nanak and Kabir Das and other saints, Sant Sahitya as we call it. While reading Jaishankar Prasad, Mahadevi Verma, Rahul Sankritya and Jagdish Gupta, I got glimpses of the Buddhist way of thinking, the Buddhist way of life. Beyond this, quite some years ago, I got hold of the translation of Eknath Easwaran of the Dhammapada, and it was another eye-opener for me. And I think today, when I have got this kind of an onerous responsibility of having read this book and being able to, given an opportunity to express myself, my thoughts on this particular deep philosophy of life and way of living, I thought it was a sheer coincidence and a kind of a message, that we call as Akashvani, a kind of a message which was coming to me that I have to touch this book again and I have to read this book again. I would very humbly state before all of you that I read this complete text in the last 1 week. And I'm sure all of you will understand that an entire lifetime is not enough to understand the import of each and every word which is there in this text, let alone 1 week. So what I did was I concentrated on the first chapter of this text and tried to understand, because I have always been fascinated with the power of the mind, the way the human mind works, the psychology behind each and every action, each and every thought and deed that each one of us performs. And so I took that up because in my own limited way, I have tried to understand this text. And I have just written a brief paper on this. It's not a very, as deep as what Professor Murthy has spoken or what Professor Malippuram has spoken. I am not in the same caliber at all. So please forgive me. If I slip up somewhere, please do correct me. If I am making some mistake while speaking, please do take the liberty of correcting me so that I also learn and learn better. From what I have thought, Buddha reaches the innermost core of the soul. The religion of Buddha is said to be the religion of the intellect. Intellect has its beginning and no end. It begins with the intellect because the man who possesses this intellect is at the central focus of everything around. But the end is not in his intellect. These are all very confusing and contradicting thoughts for me, paradoxical in their immediate appearance. And it took me a lot of time to synthesize, meditate upon this, and understand what Lord Buddha is trying to say through these words. Influence of Buddha, Lord Buddha is felt immediately in those who are skilled in thinking. I'm very consciously using the word skill because Krishna also talks about abhyasa. Abhyasena ta kaunteya vairagyena cha katyate, he says. So the skill of thinking has to be honed, has to be sharpened, as Stephen Covey says. With Lord Buddha, a new chapter of mankind began. 2,500 years ago, I may be here and there in the years, Lord Buddha said that which will seem meaningful today and which will be meaningful for centuries to come. Almost like something existing in the realm of time and space with na bhuto na bhavishyati kind of a vani, yoga vani that we call it, and timeless in its nature. Lord Buddha gave an analysis. He did not answer the problem of life through scriptures, but through the process of analysis. He asks us to think, analyze from experience, and then trust. Not be guided by blind trust. Use the intellect there and everywhere. Unlike the other religions of the world where faith is ultimate, Lord Buddha laid emphasis on experience. Faith comes from experience. He looked at religion like a scientist, treated it like a science where you have a question, you have a hypothesis, you experiment, you analyze, and then learn, and then draw out from that knowledge, and that leads one to have belief, to have the faith. The Dhammapada is a compilation of teachings given by Lord Buddha in relation to subjects like religion, philosophy, knowledge, human welfare, and so on, given in a period of over approximately 45 years. Literally, Dhammapada means the path of dharma. And dharma cannot be understood in its English translated version as religion. No, religion is mat, sampradaya. It's a path we follow. Dhamma goes beyond that. It's the path of righteousness, the path of harmony that anybody can follow to reach the highest good. He is not just talking about self-salvation. He talks continuously about the good of the all. And that is where, Gandhi's talk about the satyagraha, sarvodaya that he talks about. The welfare of the individual leads to the welfare of all. And the welfare of all thereby comes back to the welfare of the individual. So in a highly pluralistic society that we are all living in, We have started thinking in very selfish and self-centered mode as individuals. And that ripple effect, that's why, is not seen, that everything that we do goes out to the larger good, somewhere limiting all our thinking. Dhammapada itself, as a collection of verses gathered probably from direct disciples who wanted to preserve what they heard from their Lord, the Lord Buddha himself. It's not only the solution of small and big problems or challenges present in human life, but the essence of philosophy of life is contained in this text. It's the sacred voice, the Triveni Sangam of Karma Yoga, Sadhana, and loyalty. It reveals the esoteric truths of the living entity by the way of analogy, illustration, example. The gathas which lead one to the gems of thought and wisdom which come out is a very unique form of presenting the deepest truths of life. It appeals to the religious, to the spiritual, to the cultural, and to the moral consciousness of individuals. So thereby covering all aspects of human psychology. This holy text, while being mainly concerned with the ultimate good, takes the path of human welfare to reach the goal. While performing the actions, if man is aware about the fruits of the actions, if he or she performs the acts which are good for all, he or she will also get a good rebirth. The text, therefore, lays equal emphasis on the path and the goal. For me personally, as I said earlier, the first level expounded in the Yamakavagga is of special importance. For being most simplistic in its expression of the most complex of the human demeanor and endeavors. We are living in a world which is fraught with tensions, anger, enmity, political games, social imbalances, and all ramifications of imbalance which create a lot of distress in human mind. This creates a lot of disturbance in the individual. This chapter, at such a point of time, as Mallepuramji himself also started his talk with, wonderful exposition. I think that would be the beginning and the end. We should have had just Murthy and Mallepuramji and we could have ended this. But thank you so much for listening to me also and giving me this opportunity. This chapter seems to give us a solution not to escape from these ups and downs, but on how to face them. And also in the process, what is important, understanding that which is important, that which is of priority. This chapter deals with the human mind, the purity of mind and thought. Mind is the key to following the path of dharma. As the seat of emotions and responses, this mind absorbs all the external impressions through the sense organs of perception and forms the good and the bad, the positive and negative thoughts. The challenge arises when man responds while being guided by negative thoughts. Such a person is chased by sorrow. And to explain this, the Acharya uses the metaphor of the way in which the wheel of the cart follows the feet of the bull. If someone speaks with a pure heart or mind, then happiness follows him, like the shadow which never troubles us behind us. We see innumerable examples of this particular thought in all spheres around us right now, here, today, in the present day context, also in all political, socio-economic ramifications of the world with which we live in. We have experienced this in our own lives too. He says, Mano pubbannagama dhamma samosetta manomaya. The man who is guided by emotion of revenge will never be able to silence or quieten the enmity. Enmity can never be ended by following the principle of enmity, an eye for an eye, as the proverb goes. But when we deal with enmity with empathy and friendship, it is dissolved by itself. It is the eternal rule of mankind. Avarancha sammanti esa dhammo sanatano. The key to equanimity is control over senses. I mean, it's the beautiful way in which, in a most logical sequence, the Acharya leads us to understand the innermost depths of the human psychology. So we had how the mind works. Then we looked at how emotions and the negative emotions work. Then how do we have equanimity over these emotions? The key to equanimity is in control over senses. In a state where man has complete control over senses, he is like the mountain which cannot be moved. These are from the verses from the text, paraphrased in my own way, in my understanding. The mountain which cannot be moved, however strong the wind may be. Without trying to be politically correct, we see this in the leadership that we see for this country today. Especially verses 1, 2, 3, 4, when we look at them, are very unique in the sense that they show both the states of the mind. Very uniquely, the Lord shows a positive output from a negation, a very unique way of logic and logical interpretation that he uses here, where he shows what happens when the mind is not in control of its senses and what happens when the mind is in control of its senses. What happens when you want happiness and how you obtain it? What happens when you obtain it in a different way? All these things are very beautifully dealt with in this chapter. Lord Buddha also draws our attention towards the transitory nature of our life and the shortness of our life. And he says how foolish it is to hold on to hatred and enmity in this short span of life. He says, there are those who do not realize, I have taken this excerpt directly from Buddharakkhita Ji's translation, Acharya's translation. There are those who do not realize that one day we all must die. But those who do realize this settle their quarrels. How wonderful the message here. Of course, this cannot happen only because we use the words or we talk about it. This needs a lot of practice. With every breath that we have to practice equanimity, ahimsa, satya, asteya, anasakti, and all these various facets which tie us down to our emotions and lead us to a lot of disturbances. The Lord talks about the importance of moderation in everything also. Eating, pursuit of pleasures, and lack of control over senses. Such men can be overpowered by external forces like a storm overpowering the tree. Conversely, those who have total control over their impurities, are moderate in eating, and are guided by faith, are like the rocky mountain, which cannot be moved even with the strongest of the storms. Again, the play of mind. Very importantly, these qualities are important for anybody who wants to accept the ascetic life. Lord Buddha draws our attention to be guided by wisdom or the Viveka Shakti. This wisdom helps us decide what is essential and what is not. If we are not able to differentiate between the two, then we will spend our energies on that which is not essential. This can happen only if our thoughts move in the right direction, again, which needs a lot of practice and meditation. While speaking on the importance of a strong mind, Lord Buddha gives the example of the house with a thatched roof, which can be blown away during heavy rains. He says, just as rain does not break through a well-thatched house, so passion never penetrates a well-developed mind. It is our actions which decide whether we lead a life of joy or sorrow. One who does evil, therefore he says, and I quote him, grieves here and hereafter. He grieves in both the worlds. He laments and is afflicted, recollecting his own impure deeds, while the one who performs good deeds, he rejoices in both the worlds. He rejoices and exults, recollecting his own pure deeds. Contrary to what we might assume, our evil and good acts decide whether we live happily or in sorrow, always living in fear. Lord Buddha is clear that memorizing and reciting the religious texts are not the path for salvation. They are worthless if done without relevant actions. Blind faith or blind belief is not the key to blissful life. While emphasizing on this, he says, little though he recites the sacred texts, but puts the teaching into practice, forsaking lust, hatred, and delusion, with true wisdom and emancipated mind, clinging to nothing of this or to any other world, he indeed partakes of the blessings of holy life. We seem to be living in a world of extremes. There's extreme avarice, extreme poverty, extreme violence, extreme subservience, extreme authoritarianism, and extreme subjugation, warmongering for one's own selfish goals, which leads to a lot of suffering of humanity, not understanding that the true sense of Dhamma and making it ritualistic, taking one away from the true essence of Dhamma, which is humanity, empathy, non-violence, daya, karuna, and all these qualities which can make one rise above the level of being a normal human being. This text carries a message which is more than relevant even thousands of years to come from today. I was reminded of what Kabir Das says for the inadequacy that I mentioned about, and he says, "Dharti sab kagad karu, lekhani sab ban raay, saat samand ki masi karu, guru gun likhya na jaye." We can make a paper out of the entire earth. We can make the pen out of all the forests, all the trees in the forest. We can make an ink out of all the 7 oceans, but we will never be able to write about the greatness of the qualities of the true Guru. And hence, I submit finally, Sabbadanam Dhammadanam Jinati, Sabbarasa Dhammaraso Jinati, Sabbaratim Dhammarati Jinati, Tanhakhyo Sabbadukham Jinati. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm indeed privileged and honored. I hope I have been able to do some justice to the responsibility that was bestowed upon me. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, madam, for your wonderful presentation, bringing to light all the important verses and disseminating this very important information from Dhammapada. And as you said, madam, Buddha's way of thinking, Buddha's way of life is really an eye-opener. And the entire lifetime is not enough to understand the Dhammapada, one lifetime. Again and again, we have to come and see that we have to purify our mind. Buddha says, avoid evil, do good, and purify the mind. And the power of the mind also you have spoken of. And you are very humble in that you said, correct me if anything is wrong. Okay, that is very important. And also the power of analysis, use of intellect, religion as a science, and very appropriately you have indicated that it is not a come and believe. Okay, Buddhism is come and practice. Yehi pasiko. And that is a very important point. And today, human welfare is very important. In the society, one can find the self-centeredness, animosity, vengeance, violence, hatred, etc. For the panacea for all these things, to remove all these mental ills and physical illness, Dhammapada quotes are very important because it is pregnant with a lot of subtle meaning. If one adheres to the meaning and practices, certainly he will come out of all those suffering, etc. And we can establish goodwill in the society, welfare of the people in the society, and all those imbalances in the society because of the excessive authoritarianism, excessive subjugation, and moderation in eating, etc. Moderation is everything. The business of life is business of senses. How effectively we are managing our senses, okay, not going into the external objects, etc., will guide the individual to achieve his nibbana and etc. And by bringing to light all important verses and giving the meaning, conveying important message to the audience, you have done a good job, madam. And therefore, on behalf of Mahabodhi Research Center, we wholeheartedly thank for having taken your time and presenting your the resource lecture. And we wholeheartedly, on behalf of everyone present here, on behalf of Bhikkhu Sangha, lay upasakas, and the online audience, wholeheartedly thank you for your wonderful presentation. Thank you, Madam Dr. Maithili P. Rao. Now it is a break for 15 minutes. Okay, all the audience, you go and have the tea or whatever. After 15 minutes, we will resume the session, technical session number 1. National seminar online audience, you can have break for 15 minutes and come back. Thank you, Murthy sir. After 15 minutes, sir. Yes. the first technical session by Sri Anil Dalaji. He is a Buddhist research scholar doing his PhD program at Mahabodhi Society in association with Jain University. And to introduce Anil Dale, Sri Anil Dale, research scholar in Buddhist studies. He has to his credit the educational qualifications such as BE, MBA from Tata Institute of Social Science, LLB, LLM, MA Pali, NET qualified, Pali MPhil, currently the PhD scholar at Mahabodhi Research Center, affiliated to Jain University. His topic is for the PhD program, Holistic Competency Development of Individuals for the Society, the Dhamma approach. Now you will link Dhammapada versus with competency development of individuals for the well-being of the society. And his area of interest, occupation presently is working as head HR in a private sector. And he has served both multinational company and a private companies over 32 years. And his area of interest is training and development, Vipassana, counseling, reading and sharing Dhamma and Pali literature. And he recently has published the paper at Kelaniya University, Sri Lanka, Sirpur, Mumbai, Ahmedabad, Pune, Jalagaon University. Various universities has presented the paper. Now I request Anil Dalaji to present his paper, the technical session 1, on how you are linking Dhammapada versus with competency development of individuals. Now it is over to Sri Anil Dale, research scholar in Buddhist studies.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Venerable Bhikkhus and my guides, Professor Ramchandra sir, Dr. Maithili Rao madam, and all friends. The topic to be presented today is perspective on holistic competency development of individual for society as observed in Dhammapada. The Dhammapada consists of 423 Pali verses uttered by the Buddha, putting the temperament of listeners during the preaching for over 45 years. The commentary on the same was written subsequently by Buddha Ghosha. All these noble utterances should be put into actual practice in the course of one's daily life. Dhamma is compared to a raft whereby one crosses the ocean of samsara. To be able to transform the mind, one must first know the mind. To know the mind, we need to meditate. It is important to note that characteristic of mind, as narrated by Buddha, mind is fickle and difficult to control. It flutters like a fish taken out of a pond. The wise person stated it as a creature straightens an arrow. Faring far, wandering alone, bodiless, and lying in a cave is the nature of mind. It is good to control and guard the mind. One needs to fortify the mind as firm as a fortified city. An ill-directed mind is the greatest enemy, and a well-directed mind is far greater than even a father and mother. The righteous are happy in this world. The world is as empty as a bubble and as elusive as a mirage. The wise are not attached to the world. Grief results from endearment, affection, attachment, lust, and craving. Lust, hatred, delusion, and craving are the bane of entire mankind. One needs to follow the Noble Eightfold Path of purity to put an end to suffering. One has to strive oneself. The Tathagatas are only teachers. The meditative ones who follow the Noble Path are delivered from the bonds of Mara. Transient, sorrowful, and soulless are all conditioned things. All Dhamma, both conditioned and unconditioned things, are without a soul. As we study Dhammapada, we come across various attributes of an individual for society. Dhammapada tries to highlight overall capability building of an individual as a whole, that is, mental, physical, material, and spiritual sense, as an integral member of society at large. Competency is a cluster of highly interrelated knowledge, skills, and abilities that give rise to behaviors needed for an effective job or role performance. Now, let us now go on to highlight such 16 holistic competencies as I could crystallize to Dhammapada. 1. Sense of self-responsibility. The Yamaka Vagga narrates evil begets evil and good begets good. Mind is forerunner of all states, evil and good. Mind is chief. The creator of your destiny is your conduct, the way you behave, think, talk, and act. Human conduct creates human destiny. If with an impure mind a person speaks or acts, suffering follow him like the wheel that follows the foot of an ox. If with a pure mind a person speaks or acts, happiness follows him like the never departing shadow. For example, Chakkupala monk, by his tenuous endeavor, realized arhanship, but went blind due to his past evil action of giving wrong ointment to a poor woman in his past birth as a physician. Destiny is created by oneself, as is not predestined by someone else or by external force. One is responsible for his own evil. No one purifies another. Personal sanctification should not be sacrificed for the sake of external homage. As Buddha said, in case of Attadatta monk, who went meditating in his cell at the time of his Mahaparinirvana. Second, patience, forbearance, or in positive terms, the metta. Retaliation does not lead to peace. Anger, hatred, quarrels never ceases through hatred, but ceases through love. As Dhammapada states, this is the law eternal. The Buddha extols those who bear and forbear the wrong of others, though they have power to retaliate. The weak succumb to temptation, but not the strong. Lust pierces the heart of the undeveloped. Avera means non-anger, that is loving kindness, metta. Karaniya Metta Sutta is a Paritana Sutta that protects life here and now. And Karaniya Sutta, Nisansa, it talks about 11 vital benefits. An example, the queen of Kosambi, Viswamitta, projected powerful thoughts of metta on the enemy king, and the fire that was set to kill her could not even touch her. Prince Nanda, the step-brother of Buddha, was admitted into the Sangha on his wedding day, but Buddha employed skillful means, and he renounced lustful thoughts, and he attained arhanship. Third, competency, knowledge, followed by practice. Learning without practice is of no worth. One who recites the text and acts in accordance with it, with mind knowing and well freed, he shares the fruits of the holy life. Buddha praised the monk who was an arhat, though not so erudite, not the one who was well versed in the Dhamma. Being mindful and diligent helps to realize Nibbana. Practice is better than mere preaching. Well-spoken words of a practitioner are fruitful like a flower, which is lovely, beautiful, and also scent-laden. Mallika, one of the queens, was learning the Dhamma, but another queen, Vasabhavat could not do because there was no practice and seriousness. The fourth competency is energetic, only prosper. The Buddha described the characteristic of those whose prosperity steadily increases. They need to be energetic, mindful, heedful, pure in deed, considerate, self-controlled, and right living. The strenuous and the alert overtake the thoughtless and the indolent, as does the swift horse. He advances like a fire burning all 10 fetters. 10 sayojana, great and small sayojana. The fifth competency is self-corrective and critical approach. Buddha states that let none seek others' faults, things left undone by others, but one's own deeds done and undone. Buddha advises to associate with the wise who try to correct you. He is like a revealer of treasure inside, pointing out faults and reproofs. Critical evaluation of self is stressed that one must cultivate good friendship. Kalyanamitta, it is said by Buddha, are whole of holy life. Channa, who used to review the two chief disciples, in fact, was advised to have their good friendship. 6, competency being virtuous. The moral fragrance, Buddha says, walks in all directions, unlike the perfume of flowers, sandalwood, blowing not against the wind. The moral fragrance of a virtuous man pervades in all directions and is there by far the best. One who does not observe 5 precepts, Panchasila, ruins himself. 7th measure of one's greatness, the kamma, the intentional action. Greatness may be found even among the lowest. The wise person outshines the blind worldlings in wisdom. Nobody is condemned with Buddhism. For greatness is latent even in the seemingly lowliest, just as lotuses spring from muddy ponds. So we have the example of Sunita Sopaka, who came from very low background as that of scavenging, etc. 8th, competency, avoid companionship with the foolish. Buddha advises to have companionship of Kalyanamitta. If as the disciple fares along, he meets no companion, he says, who is better or equal, let him firmly pursue his solitary career alone. There is no fellowship with the foolish. One may associate with the foolish out of compassion to work for their betterment, but not be contaminated. Unlike a wise, a fool cannot appreciate the value of Dhamma. 9, gratitude towards parent and worthy, especially the teacher. Blessed indeed are they who honor those who are worthy of honor. One who is in the habit of constantly honoring and respecting the elders, 4 blessings increase. 1, age. 2nd, beauty. 3rd, bliss. 4th, strength. A moment's honor to the worthy is better than long continued honor to the unworthy. The uncontrollable captive elephant, Dhammapada. It's no morsel as he recalls and cared for his old mother in forest. As Buddha advised, children tenderly cared for their old father. Blessed are those who are ministering to their father, mother, samanera, and noble ones. If from anyone one should understand the doctrine preached by Samma Sambuddha, he should devoutly reverence him as Brahmin reveres the sacrificial fire. He says, Venerable Sariputta used to turn in the direction of Assaji's abode to reverence him all throughout his life as his first teacher. Buddha defended and explained the attitude of pupil towards the teacher. Without deep sense of gratitude, there is no question of spiritual development, Buddha says. 10th, competency. Success is as important as the means employed. Neither for the sake for oneself, nor for the sake of another, does a wise person do any wrong. He should not desire son, wealth, or kingdom by doing wrong. By unjust means, he should not seek his success. In effect, evil and good action is known. It takes time to ripen. 5 faculties of Saddha, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, and Paya are to be continuously cultivated and equalized for spiritual harmony and peace. 11. Speed of change matters. Buddha advises one to be quick in doing good things, the wholesome things. Do well again and again. Suppress evil and think not lightly of evil. One who is slow in doing meritorious action his mind delights in evil. Good actions rebound to one's eternal happiness. There is a case of Tuleka Sataka Brahmin at Savatthi, and he was rewarded by King Pasenadi for the gift given to Sangha. 12. Intention is decisive. In Dhamma, intentional action matters. No evil to those who have no bad intention. Poison does not affect one who has no wound. A hunter's wife who was Sotapanna used to give bows and arrows to her husband. She did no evil as she had no bad intention. She used to do it in obedience to her husband. 13. Competency, control anger and do not kill. Life is dear to all beings, whether human beings or animals. One should not molest or harm anyone. One should control, give up, and overcome anger. Conquer anger by love. One should not speak harshly to anyone. There is no evil that a liar cannot commit. Conquer the liar by truth. Be patient, truthful, and generous. Example, Buddha said that Bogalana's sister skin disease was due to her anger. He who offends the innocent, harmless, comes to grief. Death of Arhant Bogalana all knows. Competency 14. Fairness in advisory and judicial services. Advisors are, Buddha says, should set an example first. Act as you instruct. One needs to be fully controlled before controlling others. Let a person be established himself in what is proper. True justices should make a proper investigation into what is right and what is wrong of all the cases and be partial in approach. He is the guardian of the law and leads others lawfully. He is a Dhammapada. 16. Active listening, which is very important in proper communication to happen. There is no fire like lust, Buddha says, no grief like hate, no net like delusion, and no river like craving. Once the Buddha was preaching the Dhamma to 5 lay persons. 4 were inattentive and only 1 was attentive. Buddha attributed this inattentiveness to their past tendency due to their respective lust, hatred, ignorance, and craving. 16 factors, highest sources of happiness. We come across Buddha saying that health is the highest gain, contentment is the greatest wealth, the trusted friend are the best kinsmen, and Nibbana is the highest bliss. This aspect directly highlights the need for promoting physical, mental, social, and spiritual aspects so vital for both an individual and society. Buddha's advice to King Pasenadi to eat less rice talks a lot about these 4 important aspects, the highest source of happiness. To conclude, it can be inferred that Dhammapada does not only enlist competency merely for physical survival and growth, but for an overall holistic development of an individual as well as society at large. It aims at self-improvement through understanding of mind and its gradual transformation. It is promoted by oneself through the practice of Sila, Samadhi, and Paya. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to relate Dhammapada to the competency of an individual, the holistic competencies for society. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil Dalaji. Competency usually means the skills, knowledge, and abilities of an individual to eke out his livelihood and also how to live. And we have 2 types of competencies, technical competencies and behavioral competencies. The behavioral competencies you will find in Dhammapada, in all Dhamma works, teachings of Buddha, you will find behavioral competency, how to behave, how not to behave, how to purify the mind. Before purifying the mind, what is the competency? After purifying the mind, what is the competency? Competency can be related to worldly performance. The use of worldly resources is the PhD. But whereas the use of Dhamma resources for purifying an individual is very important. And therefore, how an individual with the Tanaha, okay, what is his competency? An individual with the Panya, what is his competency? That one has to compare. Purification of mind is the undercurrent for developing the competency. And in this connection, now, Bhattaji, you have any question for Anil Dalaji? Other marks? Because this topic is linking competency development of an individual with Dhammapada, etc. At various instances, how Buddha has given analogy and also the metaphorical examples how to develop a competency of an individual by purifying the mind. And his topic of PhD is linking the competency development of an individual with Dhamma, Sutta, etc. Any suggestion for his PhD program as well as the questions for the benefit of the audience? I request Venerable monks to enlighten him about competency and Dhamma, Buddha Vachana.
Just wanted to ask that question. Are you able to listen? Can you hear me?
Anil Dalle, can you hear us? Anil.
Yes.
There is a
Yes.
question
I'm
for you.
You
Yeah,
could
you
able to
answer
hear
that
me now.
question.
My question is, how do you define the competency and sila and also samadhi? What is the correlation between sila and samadhi? And what will happen to a person when they follow sila samadhi?
Venerable, when a person follows Sila, fundamentally late he would follow Pancha Sila. So whether it is the habit of not stealing, not giving, not killing, but saving, not getting into immoral things, but boosting up moral things, not telling lie, but be sincere and truthful, not get influenced by any drugs or such bad influences, but be mindful and vigilant and diligent all the time. The person would be alert, get focused on the job or performance or the role, and his all energy, mental, physical, and spiritual energy will go in one direction. He would be adept at understanding, have more clarity, and reach the goal faster. And at the same time, society will also be able to receive him, because there would be no harm to the society because of his intentional actions that he performs. Such a person is worthy of being part of the civilized society, and so he moves forward, society also moves forward together with peace and harmony.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Anilji.
Thank-
And name the suttas where the Buddha talks about competency, or in modern terms, we call that competency. It could be Karaniya Metta Sutta, one of them.
Yes.
Yes. How many silas the Buddha said in Karaniya Metta Sutta?
Karaniya Metta Sutta talks about
Tako Ujucha Sujucha Suvachocha Samudra Natimani.
I mean, the various aspects we come across when it comes to Karaniya Metta Sutta. He says that Metta Sila, Metta Samadhi, Metta Paya, all are important, and one who seeks his true well-being should be able, honest.
Anil Dalle, you try to understand the question. In Karaniya Metta Sutta, how many Shilas are propounded by Lord Buddha? Straight answer. But the questioner himself answered Bhikkhu 16.
16 total, sorry. 16.
And in Buddha Vachana, every word is embedded with competency. Each and every word of Buddha, you will see the molecules of competency, behavioral competency and technical competency. In
Yes.
Mangala Sutta, all those sutta, and your challenge is to identify the Sutta and Dhammapada verses directly connecting to your technical and behavioral competency. Okay, which is helpful for the individuals in the society as well as people who are working in the corporate.
Right.
Any question, online audience, to the technical session resource person from the online audience?
Anil Dhalaji, how do you define competency itself? how do you define competency itself? Because
Madam,
in the spiritual realm, I'm not very sure whether competency can be applied, you know,
The
in a
questionnaire-
spiritual realm.
The questionnaire, you introduce yourself and then you
Sorry.
pose the
Okay.
question to the technical resource person.
Sir, this is Maithili Rao, sir, Dr. Maithili from Jain University. So I was a little interested in knowing how Anil Daleji would define competency itself.
yeah,
Right.
Dr. Maithili Madam, yes, in common parlance, when it comes to corporate world, competency means knowledge, skill, abilities that give rise to appropriate behavior or better job performance. But when we talk about society at large, it is not the job, but the person is required to fulfill various roles. A woman, for example, fulfills the role of a sister, mother, wife. So all aspects of nursing, caring, being considerate, being supportive, and also leading the family. So many aspects comes to play when the person goes happily onto work setting. These things are very important. Otherwise, job performance will fail. So we are not limiting when it comes to society at large to the job performance only, but various role performance as well. For to be of benefit to society, he should not only be adept at job performance, but also performing various roles that the person is required to. He wears several caps, be a lady or a gent or a man or a woman.
Thank you, Anil Daleji. When we meet in our interactions in the PhD program, I think we will discuss this further.
Thank you, madam. I look forward to.
Yeah.
We have this competency at various level: cooking competency, driving competency, singing competency, doing meditation also requires competency, pariyatti competency, patipatti competency is also necessary, and later you will reach pati veda, and therefore you link effectively. Anil Daleji, you link, your challenge is to link these competencies at corporate world as well as in the society with all the Buddha's teachings, and bring out with good thesis, and it will bring a great name to both Jain University as well as Mahabodhi Research Center. A quality work is necessary.
I'll strive, sir. Thank you.
And we have with us the next technical resource person, who is also research scholar from the Jain and University and Mahabodhi Research Center, which is affiliated to Jain Deemed University. He is Mr. Siddhartha Raghunath Amrit. Mr. Siddhartha Raghunath Amrit has to his credit MBA degree as well as Master of Arts in Pali and Buddhist Studies, completed in 2009. And he has a diploma course certificate in Vipassana and Buddhist Studies from Mumbai University. And he has to his credit NET, National Eligibility Test. That is the certificate required for to teach in university and colleges. And he has the certificates. He has completed his certificate course in Abhidhamma in daily life from Vipassana Research Institute, Mumbai University. Now currently pursuing PhD program on the topic mind analysis. Now he has to analysis mind according to Abhidhamma way and also Pachaya way. Okay, how this mind works, what are these wholesome mental factors, unwholesome mental factors, what are these samyojanas, gantas, and also all those akushala, asavas, anusayas, etc. he has to understand, and what are the ways by which one can move away from tanaha and establish link with panya, and thereby eradicating the defilements. What are the courses that are available? Samatha, Vipassana meditation, all those techniques are available, tools are available to purify the mind only after analyzing the mind as analyzed by the Buddha. So that is his topic. Now I request Siddhartha Raghunath Amrit, don't read. We don't want a reading of things. You have to present. Okay, we don't want a slide reader. We want a PowerPoint presenter. Okay, you have to present whatever that you know. Even 5 minutes, enough. Present effectively. Yes, proceed. Yes, Siddharth. Unmute yourself. Yes.
Yes, let's start. We start now. Siddharth.
Siddharth, unmute yourself and present. Voice. Unmute Siddharth. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Vandai Manteji. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddha. Today, my topic is how Dhammapada helps to eradicate defilements of mind. The Dhammapada, an anthology of 423 verses, belongs to Khuddaka Nikaya of sacred Buddhist scripture in the Tripitaka, handed down in Pali language, in which the Buddha spoke. The Tripitaka has preserved the original teaching of Enlightened One. The Buddha enunciated his Dhamma in two different forms. One approach was the philosophical term, incisive, analytical, and the other took the form of discourse in simple and direct languages. It is from this body of material that Dhammapada was compiled. What the Gita is to Hindus, the Bible is to Christians, and the Quran is to Islamic people, the Dhammapada is to Buddhist world. For the simple and unsophisticated, it is a sympathetic counselor. For the intellectually overburdened, its clear and direct teachings inspires humility and reflection. It is perennial source of inspiration. Inside that flash into the heart of Buddha have crystallized into these luminous verses of pure wisdom. As profound expression of practical spirituality, each verse is guideline to right view. The Buddha unambiguously pointed out that whoever earnestly practices the verses of Dhammapada would taste the bliss of emancipation. The Buddha's teaching found in Dhammapada apparently are designed to meet three primary aims. First, human welfare here and now. Second, favorable rebirth in next life. And third, attainment of ultimate good. The first aim is to concern with establishing the well-being in happiness in the immediately visible sphere of concern human relations. This level shown man the way to live at peace with himself and his fellow men, to fulfill his family and social responsibilities, and to restrain conflict and violence which infect the individual, society, and the world. The guidelines here are basic ethical injunctions proposed by most world religions, but in the Buddha's teachings, they are freed from the theistic mourning and grounded upon the two directly variable foundations: concern for one's own integrity and happiness and welfare of others. For instance, one should avoid all evils, cultivate the good, and cleanses of the minds. It's in the 183 of the Dhammapada. Other verses provides one more specific directive. One should avoid irritability in deed, words, and thoughts, and exercise self-control. It's in 231 to 234 phrase. And practices the 5 precepts which teach abstinence from destroying life, from stealing, from committing adultery, from speaking lies, and from taking intoxicants. Treat all beings with kindness and compassion, live honestly and righteously. Instead of finding others' fault, one should examine one's own fault. Make a continual effort to remove impurities, just as silversmith purifies silver. It's in 50 and 239. There is no need to despair for past evil. One abandoned the evil for the good, illuminates this world like the moon freed from the clouds. It's in 173. The Buddha's teaching reveals moral justice in impersonal universal law, the law of karma, which regains over all sentiments' existence. Karma means action springing from intention, as bodily deeds, speech, and thoughts. Unwholesome karma is action rooted in mental state of greed, hatred, and delusion. And wholesome karma action rooted in mental state of generosity or detachment, goodwill, and understanding. The will action may be fade away, memory, but they have subtle imprints on the mind, seeds with the potential to come to the fruition. The objective field in which seed of karma ripen is the process of rebirth called samsara. The second level of teaching found in Dhammapada is follow this ethical law leading upward to the inner development, to higher rebirth, and to richer experiences of happiness and joy. However, all states of existence in samsara, even the lofty celestial abodes, are lacking in genuine worth, for they are all inherently impermanent, without any lasting substance, and thus for those who cling to them, potentially basis for suffering. The disciple of mature faculties does not long even for rebirth among the gods. Having understood the intrinsic inadequacy of all conditioned things, his own aspiration is nibbana, the unconditional state where there is no more birth, aging, death, and no more suffering. The third level of teaching found in Dhammapada emerges out of his aspiration for final deliverances. The Four Noble Truths provide the framework for the same. The first truth concerns various forms of suffering, existence itself being impermanent and substanceless is intrinsically unsatisfactory. The second truth is craving for pleasure and existence, which drives us through the rounds of rebirth, bringing its trail suffering. The third truth declares that the destruction of craving issues the release from suffering, and the fourth prescribes the means to gain release, the Noble Eightfold Path, the right understanding, right thought, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Chapter 20, Magga Vaggo. The Noble Eightfold Path is arranged into three groups: training, moral discipline, concentration, and wisdom. By training in morality, the coarse forms, mental defilements are kept under control. By training in concentration, the mind is made calm, pure, and unified. The training in wisdom climaxes the deliverances of the mind. The practice of the path in all three stages is infeasible for people in any walk of the life. The Buddha taught it to lay people as well as the monks and many of his lay followers reach his stages attainment. However, application to the development of the path becomes more fruitful for those who relinquish all other concern in order to devote themselves wholeheartedly to spiritual training, to living the holy life. Thus, the Buddha established the Sangha, the order of monks and nuns, as the special field for those ready to dedicate their lives to practice his path. And the Dhammapada, the call to monastic life, resounds throughout. The Dhammapada acclaims those who have reached their goals. At the first call, the stream entry, the disciple gains his first glimpses of deathless and enters irreversibly upon the path of liberation. This achievement alone, the Dhammapada declares, is greater than the lordship over all worlds. It's in 178. Following stream entry, some two further stages which weaken and eradicate still more defilements and bring the goal increasingly closer to view. One is called stage of once returner. The other is stage of non-returner. The fourth and final stage is that is of Arhan, the perfected one, the fully accomplished sage who has completed the development of the path, eradicated all the defilement and freed from himself from cycle of rebirth. This is the ideal figure of Dhammapada. Extolled in chapter 7, Arhanta Vaggo, the Arhanta serve as a living demonstration of the truth of the Dhamma. This is the way we can eradicate the defilements of mind through the help of Dhammapada.
Siddharth.
Yes, Bhantiji.
director of research center. See, whatever read by Siddharth is Badabante has written instruction to third edition of Pali text. The entire thing is read over. It was instruction, it is there, it amounts to plagiarism. And you have done your own Pali course, Pali literature, Pali studies, etc. From out of your own experience, you should speak. Here you have read out entire Acharya Buddha Rakista's instruction. Okay, to the third edition of Dhammapada, published by Buddhist Pali Text Society.
I have taken some sources from that book.
Experience. Tell. Same, whatever you have read, that is there in the introduction to third edition of Dhammapada, written by Buddha, the Acharya Buddha Rakita. Purpose. Okay, now you tell us, what do you mean by mind analysis by Dhammave? How to analyze one's mind by using the Dhamma resource?
Actually, mind is the similar word to the chitta.
What are the various types of mind? Why the 800 crore people in the world are having a different set of mind, the nature of mind? Okay, how to analyze one's mind? Okay, what Buddha has taught?
There are around 89 or 121 types of mind.
Further, in the mind, what is?
Around 89 or 121 types of chitta or mind.
Around or exactly 89?
Exactly 89 or 121.
In mind, what is there? Mental factors. How mental factors colors the mind?
There are 52 figures. That is called Chetasika.
Okay, where are these? Whether Chetasikas are stored somewhere?
It's in the mind only.
Always.
Yeah.
And in your PhD program, how you want to go about analyzing the mind by Dhamma way, Buddhist approach?
Now, with the help of mind, with the help of Dhamma, we can eradicate all the defilements like hatred, jealousy.
Without practicing. Without practicing.
With the help of meditation and equanimity and the Eightfold Path and 10 paramitas. With the help of all this, we can able to eradicate all our defilements of minds.
What is a defilement? What are the causes for defilements?
Ignorance and trishna, that is attachment. These are the main causes of the defilements.
Ignorance means for lay people?
Avidya.
What is that? Avidya about what?
Avidya, that is no knowledge about the four noble truths. That is avidya. Basic.
Now the questions from esteemed monks. His topic is mind analysis and eradication of defilements, the Buddhist way. Enlighten him about how to go about.
Hello.
Yeah, I will after this Bante's question, you can pose question. Yes.
So yes, thank you so much. I would like to ask one question. Yes, I mean that yes, in the Buddhist tradition, actually, ignorance is the root of all the negative emotions, and of course, the negative karma. So, how to say, in the Buddhism, so then wisdom, actually the Buddhist tradition is the reason-based religion, and where the wisdom plays the biggest role in the Buddhist tradition. And if it is so, then how to actually there are the different kinds of the ignorance. So then the biggest ignorance, which is the cause of all the negative emotion, is the ignorance which is grasping as the existence of the self. That is the self that is non-existent actually, but the ignorance which is grasping at the existence of self. So then, what is what are the different kinds of the ways to uproot those kind of the ignorance?
Actually, ignorance is the main root cause for suffering of all human beings. And only with the help of prajna, that is wisdom, we can come out of the suffering. And with the help of meditation practices, we can root it out, all our defilements of mind. Without meditation, it is not possible to remove all the defilement. So meditation is must for removing all defilements and to be an enlightened person. So meditation practice is very, very essential to come out of ignorance.
I mean, it's not really clear that actually, it's meditation. But what kind of meditation they have? Actually, the meditation, we have the different kinds of meditation. Yes, but I think the meditation is totally different. Because it is the cause of all the negative emotions. So then what do you
Buddha actually suggested 40 kind of karmasthana, that is meditative practices. But the most common meditation practice is anapanasati. And most of the people worldwide doing anapanasati meditation, and it is most basic and most simple form of meditative practices taught by the Buddha.
I think it is not a shortcut or a simple way to uproot or actually to get rid of all those negative emotions. And how to find a simple way to solve.
I'm not able to hear. Can you please
Siddhartha, how to remove these negative emotions and ego which are in compact form? What are the ways and means Buddha has told?
The most important and most essential is with the help of meditation practice, we can remove all our negativities and all our defilements of mind. And Buddha gave us 40 types of karmasthana, that is 40 types of meditation practices. But the most simple and the most people are using is anapanasati meditation. That's breathing meditation.
So by anapana, can you attain sotapatti magga?
Yes, Bhante. Yes, sir.
Anagami magga?
Anagami, even Arhatship, we can attain with the help of anapana.
Just by anapana?
Yes, sir.
Then why samatha and vipassana? If that is the case, many people would have got enlightened in Bengaluru.
You just mentioned that we can uproot the ignorance and negative emotion by anapana meditation. So if it is so, then why, how to say, Bhagwan Buddha taught the hundreds volumes of the teaching. Actually, there are the 100 volumes of the Buddhist teaching there. So if we can uproot those negative emotions just through the breathing meditation, so then why there should be the 100 volumes of the Buddhist sutra, Buddhist teaching? It actually, we don't need to refer to those kind of the Buddhist resources. We can just because breathing is the common, not to the uncommon to the Buddhist resources. Actually, it is the common to the common to the different religious tradition, right? We can be found the breathing meditation can be found before the Bhagwan Buddha came to the world. So my point is that you said that we can uproot our negative emotions and ignorance in a simple way, but I can't get this point because our negative emotions and karma, ignorance, these are very complex. It's a hard way to solve. So there is, what are the simple ways to solve those kind of the problem? I mean that because it is said that there is no shortcut to be a king. The room was not built in a day. There is no shortcut way to be a king. So then how can you remove those kind of negative emotions in a simple way? So then it's you should clarify it. Thank you.
Yeah. Buddha gave us 40 kinds of meditative practices according to the grasping power of the people. Okay. So Buddha gave Asubha Bhavana, or Buddha gave Marnanusuti, Buddhanusuti, Dhammanusuti, according to the grasping power of the meditator. Okay. So he gave Karmasthana to the people or to the monk or to the lay follower according to his grasping capacity. So he gave 40 different types of meditative practices. And most common and most easy, I can't say easy, most common is Anapanasati.
Siddharth,
yes,
what Banteji was pinpointing was that in this breathing process is natural for everyone. It is there in every religion.
Yes.
And there are 100 volumes of the text scriptures are available given by Buddha Vachana, Buddha. Okay. If the eradication of defilement is so simple by just breathing meditation,
okay,
why Buddha has written so much of volumes of book and Vachana, etc. Okay. Is there any simple means by which what Buddha has given, by which we can eliminate the ego and negative emotions? That is the question. And you are talking about Kammatthana objects, meditational objects. The Banteji's question is that in a simple way, how to eradicate the negative emotions and ego?
With the help of Vipassana and Anapana, we can eradicate all our negative defilements and all our negativity through the meditative practice only. Vipassana is easy and simple way. If you do properly or with the help of guide, it is easy. Without guide or without
everything guide is required. Yes, but yes. Is there any simple way?
There is no simple way. You have to practice rigorously.
No other way.
You have to practice every day, every morning, every evening. So,
Bante, you only answer, Bante. What is the answer? Simple and you give the answer for the benefit of the audience. For the benefit of the audience, you give the answer for your question. Yeah, the questioner should answer the question also.
Yeah, but I can give the solution to your questions or the doubts I have. Yes, because since what I believe is that since Buddhist tradition is not just a faith-based religion, it's a reason-based religion. So then reason-based religion means where this is a very the resource tradition where the reason and the knowledge the plays the greatest role. It means that is the reason why there are the hundreds and hundreds of the volumes, volumes of the teaching given by the Bhagavan Buddha. So that means just how to say the meditation or breathing meditation. It's not, I think, sufficient to uproot those ignorance, and in order to know the ignorance. I mean that ignorance is one kind of the ignorance is one kind of the mind, and so then we should have a full picture of the mind. We should now in order to know the mind, the function of the mind, and the working process of the mind, the nature of the mind. We should have the map. We should understand the map of mind, and among the mind, the minds. So there are the two types of mind, mainly the positive mind and negative emotion. So then among the negative minds, so then ignorance is the one that destroy our peace of mind. And among the ignorance, so then the Buddha explains among the ignorance, actually there are the different types of ignorance. We are ignorant to the different subject. This is one part of the ignorance. But Buddha doesn't I mean talk about every ignorance, but he teaches us about the main ignorance. The main ignorance is ignorance grasping at the existence of the self, Atma. Yes, Atma is grasping. It's the ignorance of grasping at the existence of Atma. Actually, there is no existence of Atma. But when we look at ourselves, the mind inside us is try to grasp at the existence of the Atma, the existence of self. This is the foundational ignorance. Because of that ignorance, we follow the negative karma. Because of this negative emotion, negative thought, and different kinds of negative thought follows, and different kinds of thought cause to have different kinds of negative emotions, and different kinds of due to the different kinds of negative emotions, then different kinds of the behavior, negative behaviors follow that kinds of the negative emotions and thoughts, and due to negative behaviors, so that we engage in the different kinds of negative behaviors and evil karma. So this is the sequence of the negative emotions, sequence of the bad karma. So to stop the karma, evil karma, I mean that the destructive karma, we should first stop the negative thought within us. To stop the negative thoughts, we should stop the negative feeling, destructive feeling within us. And to stop the negative feeling, I mean that to avoid the completely negative emotions within us, we should first uproot the ignorance, the main ignorance, prime ignorance, which is grasping at the existence of Atma. This is the why Buddha taught us very first time the theory of Anatma. So then where I think the Buddhist, this is I think the key message of the Buddhism. Otherwise, the love and compassion, these all are common to all the religious traditions, because every world religious tradition carry the same message of love and compassion. But Buddhist tradition is the only tradition which teach us the Anatma theory. But we should also have the clarity, we should understand the fully picture of what is Anatma theory. So then where actually there are the different kinds of the philosophical assertion on the Anatma theory. So however, we should at least understand the Anatma theory. so that remove the ignorance. This is my just suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Bante. So, Siddharth Amrut, what Banteji is telling is you have to grasp the anicca, dukkha and anatta. And more especially, you have to grasp the anatta principle. And that avijja is the greatest avijja from which you cannot go away from defilements. So that is the essence. So you have to understand first theoretically, Buddha's teaching is not philosophical. It is practical pursuits. Therefore, the right understanding is very important. Okay, to move about. Any question from the audience? Senior Rajaram sir, Chandrasekhar, Rajendra, Mike Togondogal Kodi. You see, the Siddhartha topic is mind analysis for the purpose of eradication of defilements. Mike Togonda Kodi, Euro. Kodi Chandrasekhar Kumar Aurge. His topic is mind analysis for eradication of defilements. You have any question or any suggestion? Keli sir, Chandrasekhar sir, Senior Kumar Rajaram sir.
Namaste.
Namaste, sir.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
sir.
You're listening?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Mr. Siddharth.
Yes, sir.
Bhagavan has said kusala chitta and akusala chitta.
Yes, right.
Akusala is defilements.
Yes, brother.
Kusala is eradication. Kusala is the pure mind.
Pure mind.
Yeah. For that only we have many steps in Dhammapada.
Yes, sir.
Many steps in Dhammapada. To make impure mind into a pure mind, from akusala chitta to kusala chitta. There are many Dhammapada stanzas there. Okay?
Yes.
Have you gone through that?
Yes, it's in 183.
Yeah.
Should avoid all evil, cultivate the good and cleanses one's mind.
The first two stanzas of Dhammapada, that is the whole of Buddha Dhamma. From dusta chitta to prasanna chitta. First two stanzas give a very clear cut implications of mind. From dusta chitta to prasanna chitta. That is our goal. That is the goal of the Buddha Dhamma.
Yes, sir.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
So that's how we should go and analyze things. And there are many gathas in Dhammapada. It gives the entire teachings of the Buddha concised form in Dhammapada. Anicca, anatta, dukkha, chaturarya satya, arya ashtangika magga, and what are satta bojjhanga, everything is in Dhammapada. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So that's how we should analyze and put in our thesis. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Siddharth, you meet some 500 monks and discuss. Then only we can produce quality research. And you meet all these monks and as well as Dutanga monks. Okay, then you will get the fair idea and you can bring out a quality research. The research should not be achpach. We have to bring quality realistic work. Buddhism is not pessimistic and optimistic, but realistic. Amrit, you
Yes,
be. And now, since the monks have to go to Alur, okay, we are now we are coming to the fair end of this national seminar. Now I request Venerable Bhikkhu Ayupala Banteji from Myanmar to deliver the valedictory address on the national seminar.
All speaker, I would like to say thank you. You are participating in this Mahabodhi seminar on Dhammapada Festival, our Bharat Bandiji 100th birthday. Every year it arranged. So I would like to request you to participate again next Dhammapada Festival also. The last speaker talk about a wager, a very big topic. But you must mention clearly what is the wager. Every ignorance cannot call a wager. A wager. So you must mention that. Now you are from the Vipassana Institute. So a wager is ignorance on the nature of mind and matter, nama and rupa. Nama rupa parisita jnana is called vaja. If we know the nature of our mind and matter, nama rupa, at the time it's called vaja, vaja and vaja. Yeah. If you mention that, it will be clear. No? For example, the primary student could not understand the university level. That's could not call vaja. So many different kinds of ignorance. Yeah, this is I would like to suggest like that. Other topic also to be clear. You are mentioned dealing with your topics. So as a conclusion, we have no time. So I will talk about dealing with the Dhammapada, Dhammapada. Actually, Dhammapada, Dhamma, you already understand. Buddha was not Buddha teaching. Pada. Pada means actually in English, what? Akara Samuham Pada. The groups of alphabet is called what? And then Pada Samuham Vajan. Pada Samuham Vajan. The groups of what is called sentence. Vaja means sentence. And then the groups of sentence is called paragraph. The groups of paragraph is called maybe one book, like that. So pada is what? Every Buddha Vajana is called Dhammapada. Now we are only original Pali there. That is why only 400, not over 400%. If we study the commentary, Atakata, thousands of percent, Dhammapada. Why we are discuss about Dhammapada? Because it's very benefit. And the history, one Upasaka, one presenter also talk about the chief disciple of Buddha, Bhante Sari Buddha and Bhante Moggallana. They also get from the Manta Seku to Panya Seku, from the Bhante Asaji, Bhante Asaji, Yidama Hitu Pabawa, like this. Very small Sangha budget. By hearing this small Sangha budget, they get their Panya Seku, very benefit. The second thing, King Asoka, King Empire Asoka. He listening also one budget from the Chotawala Samanira Nijoda, Apamado, Amatam, Badam, Bamado, Mijuno, Badam. By listening this budget, he got the Panya Seku. Panya Seku. Our Barabandiji also, by studying the Dhammapada, he converted into the Buddhism and he became the monk and he founded Mahabodhi Society. That is why in his birthday we are celebrating Dhammapada festival by doing the seminar. Another so many. No? Sri Lanka king also from the Bandi Mahinda. He had one Sangha Dhammapada budget. Because of this Dhammapada budget, he got the Panya Seku. Panya Seku. And one student from Bombay I had, no? Yeah, from Pune, no? Dekan College. The first maybe principal or the first rector, maybe, no? His name is Sir Attowen Arnaud. He's from the British England. He studied the Dhammapada. He got the Panya Seku. After that, he write down, no? The Light of Asia, very long Buddhist poem, very famous. Yeah, Attowen Arnaud. Attowen Arnaud. Because of his The Light of Asia book, so many people in Europe and US got the Panya Seku. So we need to discuss again and again very often. The Buddha also talk about Kalina Dhammasa Gicha. You must discuss Dhamma occasionally. The Buddha suggests like that. If we discuss the Dhamma, we will get the Vaja, no? The opposite of Avaja. Vaja and Avaja. This is very benefit, no? Today discussing seminar. So I wanted to thank all participants, all people reader, yeah, especially our Professor Ramit Chandra. No? Every paper you talk there, keynote, no? He points. That is why. Thank you. So thank you. No? Other one you also calling me. So. Wadu Saba Mangala Rakandu Saba Diwata Saba Buddha Nuba Wina Saba Dhamma Nuba Wina Saba Sangha Nuba Wina Sada Suki Bhavantuti. Okay.
Thank you, Bante, for the apt valedictory remarks and the essence of Dhammapada festival to commemorate the centenary celebration of Bada Bante Acharya Buddha Rakita. And now it is the time for felicitation of felicitation to Venerable Bhikkhu Mettananta Bante. Sadhu, 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 sadhu. Now, felicitation to Venerable Bhikkhu Ayupala Bante from Myanmar. Panju. Now, felicitation to Lamaji. Lamaji from Banjo. Sadhu. Siraju Monastery, Mysore. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Bailkupe. Speaker, sir. Now, felicitation to Professor E.S. Murthy, na? Professor Dr. E.S. Murthy. Show the certificate, Sharath. Murthy, sir. Professor Murthy, sir. This is the certificate conferred on Professor Dr. U.S. Murthy for having accepted our invitation and delivered a keynote address today on Dhammapada Festival Day.
Okay. Then we go to Venerable Maithili Rao, Professor Maithili Rao.
Okay. Now the next certificate is to Dr.
Maithili Rao.
Mallepuram G. Venkatesh sir.
Mallepuram Venkatesh.
Mallepuram Venkatesh sir for delivering guest of honor address.
Yeah. We are grateful to you, Dr. Mallepuram Venkatesh ji, for presenting the paper. Maybe next.
Next, the certificate goes to the director and coordinator of PhD program, Dr. Maithili P. Rao, Madam.
Maithili Rao is there. This is there. Maithili
P. Rao.
Yes. Yeah.
Madam, are you here?
Yes, sir, I am here, sir. Thank you, sir.
This is the certificate we are exhibiting here.
Thank you,
and
sir.
it will be given to you.
Office and collect it someday.
And we are very happy that you have associated with us today for this Dhamma festival, and we are very grateful to Jain Deemed University under your stewardship. We have been coordinating and promoting Dhamma through PhD program. Thank you very much, madam, for your cooperation, guidance, and support. It will go a long way in bringing together the quality research work, and we have to produce more and more quality PhD, Dhamma PhD for the benefit of the whole mankind.
Definitely, sir. It's a blessing for us, sir. Thank you so much.
Dhammapiya, Venerable Dhammapiya, New Delhi. This is the certificate. Yeah. Mr. Anil Da, Technical 1 Session Resource Person. Anil Dale, are you here? Mr. Dale? Not. Okay, Siddharth Amrit. You are giving certificate in real time, Bante. Thank you for this.
Yes. Okay, we will send it to your email. This soft copy.
What of thanks, sir? Good.
Finally, our Professor Ramchandra sir, since from beginning, he conducted the entire today's program. On behalf of that, we are felicitating our Professor Ramchandra sir also. Please go and take the felicitation. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Now, felicitation to Dr. Rajaram sir. Bani. Oh. So it gives me a very great pleasure indeed to propose a vote of thanks today. First of all, we immensely thank the president of today's program, Most Venerable Bhikkhu Kasappa Mahatera, for having come here and given the introductory remarks as well as participated in led the Buddha Puja in the morning. Therefore, we wholeheartedly thank Bhikkhu Kasappa Mahatera for all the support given by directly and indirectly. Venerable Ananda Banteji, who is not here, is the General Secretary, and his support is there because of his and his blessings are there. And we thank Ananda Banteji for his support, guidance, and encouragement. And thirdly, we thank the Mahabodhi Research Center Director, Venerable Bhikkhu Uddadatta Banteji, for devising and conducting, coordinating this national seminar on Dhammapada Festival Day. And we thank all the bhikkhus of Mahabodhi Society like Sugatananda Banteji and all the Venerable Ayupala Banteji and Buddhapala Banteji, Sugatananda Banteji, Lamaji, and also Siddhartha Banteji, and all the Banteji who have participated in today's program, and also Pabbaja monks who are participating here, and all the monks who are drawn from Tamil Nadu, Hyderabad, UK, and Kerala, etc. All the monks who are presented here, we thank wholeheartedly, and all the online and offline audience who are the beneficiaries of this Dhammapada festival programs. And in the meantime, we wholeheartedly thank the seniors who are associated from the past. Okay, they are coming along with Bada Banteji like B. Rajaram sir and Chandrasekhar sir, Kumar, then Satyashilan, and our own Muni Raju, Lakshmi Govind, and all the online participants, and the greatest beneficiary of Mahabodhi Society who got a PhD from Mahabodhi Research Center, who is none other than Dr. Rajendra. We thank Rajendra for actually participating, and all the staff who are present here, especially and all the library members, staff of the Mahabodhi Society who are right from the past 1 week, they are supporting this program, and all the audience, online audience, okay, who are here, and lay upasakas and upasikas, all monks, Pamaka, these Pabbaja monks, everyone present here. We wholeheartedly thank for the success of this national seminar on Dhammapada, the Buddha's path to global peace, harmony, and compassion. It is very relevant in today's context. So we are looking forward to more number of national seminars by inviting monks from all countries, German, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Burma, etc. A congregation should happen, but a discussion should happen continuously, discourse. Towards that end, I think Venerable Buddhadatta Bante, the director, okay, with the support of all the monks here, you conduct the national seminar and international conferences so that the Dhamma can be spread all over the world to bring about global peace and harmony under the present chaotic situations. We have to convert these chaotic situations into positive situations. Therefore, this Dhamma is very important. And wholeheartedly we thank. Now I request the Bhikkhu Sangha to give blessings for all the audience and the members.
Radiating the thoughts of metta to all the beings, in the whole world. May all beings be happy. Sukhi bhaveyang mituko ahang nichang ahang viya itacha me sukhi hontu majjatha chathaverino imam higama ketam hi satta hontu sukhi sada tato paranchara jesu Chakavale sujantuno. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Namo Buddhaya. We conclude.
We wholeheartedly thank Professor U.S. Murthy sir, and we wholeheartedly thank Mallepuram G. Venkatesh sir, and we wholeheartedly thank Dr. Maithili P. Rao Madam, Jain University, and the paper presenter, Samrut and Anil Dale, Dhammapiya Banteji, for having come and given grace to the occasion. We thank you one and all for all the people who have supported directly and indirectly. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.